Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program?
Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
They've got to get to the 29. Can the Eagles keep them short? This is the play of the game. Each play becomes bigger and bigger. Snap to Mayfield. He's back. He's being chased. He fires. He completes it short of the first down. Now the ball is being batted around and knocked out of bounds, but the Eagles are going to take over on downs.
I think it's a great team win. Another gritty win, coming in and finding a way to win. We know this has been a challenging environment to play in and a good opponent for us over the years. And I'm just proud of the way that we competed. Didn't quit, found a way, played very well situationally to an extent. Obviously a lot that we can improve from, but it's always good to get a win out here, and they don't come easy.
There you heard it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Merrill Reese on the call as the Eagles hold on to beat the Buccaneers. A good team win, says Jalen Hurts. What's up, everybody? Sports Bash live today at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Birds are 4-0. How you feeling about them? We'll dive into all of it. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. PG is my on-site producer. Back in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios, Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. Eagles probably play about as clean and as dominant a first half as we've seen. Like, if they would have played that way for 4 quarters of the football game, we would have been talking about how this team is clearly the best team in football, nothing but Super Bowl aspirations, and instead the second half entered our minds, and it feels like the second half has overshadowed the first half. It overshadowed the second half of last week's game, and everybody's kind of focusing in on that. A.J. Brown, we'll get into what he had to say after the game. Actually, he didn't actually open his mouth. He took to Twitter to voice some displeasure, kind of passive-aggressively, maybe, sort of. I don't know what to make of it. What do you guys think? 609-403-0973. You know, they get up early in the game with a blocked punt. How do you end a game with a blocked field goal return for a touchdown, scoop and score, a blocked punt, scoop and score for a touchdown to start the next game? I mean, what are the odds of that ever happening? That's how they get off on the scoreboard to start things off. You heard it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Here is Cam Latu. Hello.
And the return. Johan Dotson. It's blocked, and it's picked up, and running with the football, and scoring. It is Sidney Brown on the blocked punt.
Special teams did it last week. Special teams doing it once again.
That was the blocked punt, and it's literally a perfect bounce right to Sidney Brown. He takes it the distance. Eagles get on the board. But after that, they were able to move the ball and set themselves up for not one, but 2 touchdowns off of variations of the tush-push. Very creative little, bunch formation where it's an underhand pass to Dallas Goedert on one. Then they kind of ran an old-school Andy Reid where they faked it to the inside, to the running back, and then kind of underhand pitched it to the to the tight end, Dallas Goedert, who scored his second touchdown. And they were just kind of having their way with Tampa Bay early in the game. However, the Buccaneers didn't just roll over and die. And what did Sal Powell tell us on Friday's show? That they thought if they could stay within striking distance, that the Eagles would wear down in the heat of Tampa Bay, and that they could strike in the second half, get back in the game. And it's kind of what, as I'm watching that game, I just kept thinking about Sal Powell saying that it's 105 on the field, and the Eagles looked like they were wearing down, that they were getting tired. The heat was getting to them. And then it didn't help that the offense just couldn't do anything. They could not get anything going. So there's a couple of things here. One, the Eagles offense not get going because play caller Kevin Petula? Did the Eagles offense not get going for the reasons that they got too conservative? They had an 18-point lead. You know, the Eagles have this philosophy that they're not going to turn the ball over. They're just not going to do it. And with an 18-point lead, they're essentially saying, you need to score 3 times to beat us. And we don't think you can do it. And we're not going to help you do it by doing something that will make us turn the football over. So do they get a little conservative? Do they get too conservative when they have the lead? Well, should they be conservative when they have the lead? There's so much in this game. Obviously, A.J. Brown posting a Bible verse on social media after the game last night, which read in part that basically said, if you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way. I don't know what that means.
What's the last part mean? Be on your way.
Where are you going?
That's what I took it from.
Where are you going? Where does he think he can be on his way
Is
to?
he going to the bus and going to the airplane and going home?
I have never.
Or is he going into the office and saying, let me be on my way to another team? I don't know.
Listen, here's what I think. This is what I think. In the first half of that game, Jalen Hurts was pretty darn good, was he not?
It was Super Bowl Jalen Hurts, right? I mean, he was in command of the offense. He was efficient. He was awesome.
Jalen Hurts in the first half of that game was awesome. What I believe is that Jalen Hurts played the second half of that game after he got smoked and hit his head on the turf. I believe he played with a concussion the second half of that game.
That's the reason why he didn't have one completion?
I think he was dazed and confused, man. Did anybody see that hit? Now, there was no flag on the play, and I don't think there should have been a flag. He didn't get hit in the head, but the hit drove his head into the turf.
Yeah.
And he was slow to get up.
And his head bounced off the turf, too.
It hit the turf hard. And if anybody watched, I said, there's no way this guy's going to keep playing. How are they not going to let him? The independent doctor is going to have to at least send him to the pen.
Mike,
that never even happened. He never got sent to the blue tent, nothing.
Mike, I was telling people, I was waiting for him to get pulled out of the game for a concussion. I was waiting for something, and it never came.
That's what I'm saying. I thought that 100% that his head pounded off that, and some people thought it should have been a penalty. To which I looked back at it and watched the video, and I don't think the guy, maybe you could say he was in the middle of his slide, right? You're always protecting the quarterback. You're in the middle of the slide. But I don't think it was an illegal hit as much as the hit forced his head into the turf, and he hit hard. And I'm telling you, when he got up, he did not look like he knew where he was.
He did not have steady footing at all.
His play after that moment seemed to suggest he didn't know where he was because he was terrible. He was not close. He was throwing balls that were going out of bounds.
Right. And they force-fed A.J. Brown 3 times on that one drive, 3 and out.
Yeah, this is the play. They did throw a flag, and then
they picked it up.
So for the people watching on the YouTube channel, let's try to get this play into the screen here, because if you watch this play, and let's see, can we get that play shared on the screen? We'll kind of bring it up here. The play that is in question here, he is running to the near side of the field, and the internet is not letting me play it right now. But I don't know, Josh, are you able to get it on that side?
Yeah, give me a minute.
To me, though, Mike, I think Jalen Hurts is just too hot and cold right now. You look back at the Rams game that first half, same thing. And then this second half in Tampa, it's just very hot and cold.
Well, he's too hot and cold yesterday, but, if he's playing the game and he's out of his mind.
You could say that.
Did you watch that video?
Yes, I did.
He couldn't get up.
Yeah, I saw it in real time.
Yeah, we're going to get the video here.
And you can have the conversation about Kevin Petullo and his play calling, and they need to scheme up better things for Jalen in the offense.
Listen, I'll play along, too, okay? let's say he was fine, doesn't have a concussion, which right now, I mean, nobody has tested him for a concussion or anything, so we're going to have to assume he does not have one, then he was not good enough yesterday. He was all over the place. And it's the frustrating thing that we talk about all the time, is that you have this quarterback that does he hold you back? And I think the answer the Eagles are giving you is no. We don't want to turn the ball over. What was the difference in the game yesterday? There were 2 plays that stand out in that game.
By the same player, right? By the same rookie. The forced fumble by Jahad Campbell off of Irving.
Oh, okay.
And
So you're taking it from that direct. Yes.
Okay.
You're taking it from the defender making the play. But the difference in the game is, you're right, Pete, is Bucky Irving fumbles and Baker Mayfield throws a red zone interception.
Yep.
The Eagles don't make those mistakes. They don't fumble. They don't throw an interception in the red zone. They win the game. And by the way, Bucky Irving fumbled and Philadelphia scored a touchdown on the ensuing drive. You made a mistake. The Eagles capitalized on it.
It's true.
You know, people keep complaining about the offense is this, the offense is that, the offense is this, the offense is that. They're not this. They don't do that. When they get in the red zone, game, set, match.
They score touchdowns all the time.
They score touchdowns. What'd you say, Josh? All right, so the difference in the game, let's start with this play here. Bucky Irving.
Mayfield signaling, puts a man in motion, gives it off inside again to Irving, and the Eagles grab him and stop him short. Is the football lost? I think the football was fumbled and the Eagles have it. I think there's the turnover we were talking about.
You got it.
Yes.
You got it. You called for it. You got it. They punched the football out, and the Eagles are going to take this ball very near the red zone of the Bucs.
All right, so that's the play. You heard it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Bucky Irving fumbles. The Philadelphia Eagles pick it up. The end result is the Eagles score a touchdown after that fumble. That's a mistake you can't make against this team. You can't fumble the ball and give the Eagles the ball and a short field. The Eagles pick up the fumble. They score a touchdown. Then Tampa Bay is driving down the field. It's 31-23. They have a chance to tie the game. And Baker Mayfield just makes an awful decision to throw this pass.
Mayfield again in the gun. 1st and goal. Mayfield back. He's being chased. He starts to run. He goes to the outside, and he is firing, and it is tipped and intercepted. It was intercepted by Jahad Campbell.
You can't throw that pass. I mean, I see there's a little bit of a window where the guy is open, and you just can't do it. You can't throw that pass. And now the Eagles did not end up scoring on that play, but
they didn't end up completing a pass either because they didn't have any completions.
No, they didn't end up scoring on that turnover, but what it did was it gave the Eagles the ball. Right. They punted the ball down the other end of the field, and then the Eagles defense won them the game.
That was another problem in the second half is time of possession, right? All the 5 3-and-outs. I mean, the clock is on your side, right? If you're the Eagles in the second half, what did they do last year? They just killed the clock. Every second half, every fourth quarter, Saquon, he was bottled up again. We can get into that, but time of possession, they did not do themselves any favors with those 3-and-outs.
All right, so here's the play yesterday. Let's take a watch. If you're watching on the YouTube video, here is the play yesterday of Jalen Hurts running and then the hit that he took. So you see Hurts, he's running, and he takes a hit. Now it's shoulder to shoulder, right? But when you watch his head crushes the ground. We'll rewind it real fast here. Look at his head. Bang. He hits, and he is out right there, dude. He is out. He can't even get up. Look at him.
Yeah, his bell was definitely wrong.
He is dazed and confused. He is out of it, man. Look, he is trying to get up. He can't get up. He can't get up. I mean, I don't know how they let him continue to play. So, Josh sent me this number, and everybody's seen this number, right? He was 15 of 16 in the first half. He was 0 for 8 in the second half.
And he was missing, I mean, we talked about it earlier. You got those throws to him.
Yeah, so A.J. Brown had 9 targets yesterday, but Rex Ryan said something yesterday. Rex Ryan said something, or this morning I should say, about what we saw yesterday. This was on Get Up this morning. Here's what Rex Ryan said about A.J. Brown.
I saw Hurts try to go 3 plays in a row to you.
Right.
Come up with it. Let's go. You got to be the baddest dude out there. Go get it. Come back to the ball. Catch the darn thing. Turn it up. Run the corner over. Slap the taste out of his mouth. Keep going.
It's
get the football.
It's the norm with AJ. It's the norm. It's what you expect from him, right, Rex?
I know, but AJ, here's the thing, man. You're so disappointed. Well, I got news for you. So are your teammates because they want more from you. So don't look at, you got to get me the ball. No, we got to win. If you want the dang ball, you go get it. You earn it. Here's the great thing. You can chirp all you want. You can do whatever. Get open. He'll get you the football.
Rex Ryan on Get Up this morning. If you're open, you'll get the ball. They threw him the ball. They force-fed it to him 3 times, and he didn't catch one of them. Now, they were 3 bad decisions. They shouldn't have thrown him the ball. But I contend that Jalen Hurts was in la-la land because he shouldn't have made those throws. But the point is he had 9 targets yesterday. Now, some of those throws were all over the place, but it wasn't for – he got like 40% of the targets yesterday.
Now, in the second half of the Rams game, A.J. bailed him out, right? I mean, A.J. bailed the team out in that game, and I don't know where things went wrong. I mean, Puka Nacua yesterday had 13 catches in a game, and A.J. Brown has 14 catches in 4 games.
Yeah, I think AJ,
how does that compute?
I think A.J. sees those stats and says, I could be that guy. This guy's getting all the praise. I'm better than this guy.
And he is, no question.
And we talk about this a lot, is that if you had A.J. Brown, and by the way, Devontae Smith didn't get any, he wasn't involved in the game yesterday either. If any team had these 2 guys, their numbers would be ridiculous. However, look at the game last night. It's a perfect example. It's a 40-40 game. Is either one of those teams thrilled with the way that game ended?
No.
But George Pickens had numbers.
George Pickens is happy.
Romeo Doubs scored 3 touchdowns last night. So I don't know, there's this dynamic of how long can the Eagles players who know they are star players, how long can they continue to acquiesce and get in line before the thing powder kegs over?
Is it as simple? I mean, they're 4-0 though. They've won. They're 20-1 in their last 21 games. Jalen Hurts hasn't lost a game that he started and finished in a calendar year. Is it as simple as we keep winning? And we're 4-0, and we have the Giants coming up twice on our schedule. There's another 2 wins maybe. I mean, this team could be 8-0 by the end of October.
They won a game on the road at Tampa where they have struggled. They won a game on the road. It's 105 degrees on the field. They had Lane Johnson leave the game again yesterday.
That's concerning.
They had Steen leave the game. Pryor had to come in, so they were down 2 offensive line. Now, I know Steen came back into the game. Landon Dickerson doesn't appear to be right. Cam Jurgens doesn't appear to be right. The offensive line is not the same as it was a year ago. So the running game is not the same that it was a year ago. But the Eagles are still getting leads and scoring points through other methods. So does this team feel 2023-ish? It's a team that went 10-1 and then fell apart. They won games. They were finding a way to win games every single week. And it was like, well, good teams find a way to win. And the Eagles are going to make you fight them. And they're going to make you play their style of football. And if you can't come down and play their style of football, they're going to beat you. And they're 10-1 until they weren't anymore, until they just fell apart. Does this team feel like the 2023 team? 609-403-0973. That's our text message, our poll question at Mike Gill Show. You can vote over there. What do you got?
I think the defense is way better this time around. Obviously better coached and better players. So, I mean, I think that is the major difference to me when you compare it to 2023. I mean, look at yesterday, Jahad Campbell, first-round pick, another guy contributing right away. I know he got beat on that little swinger out there, but 2 big plays. Quinyon Mitchell all over the field, talking trash to Tristan Wirfs, not afraid of the moment. Cooper DeJean all over the field. Jalen Carter, he's banged up. We'll see what happens there, but these young guys are really contributing right off the bat.
So the poll question is up at Mike Gill Show. Does this year's Eagles team give you 2023 vibes? You can vote right now. Yes, something's not right. No, this team is better. And right now, 63% think this team is better. 36% are saying something's not right. So you guys can vote. Text in 609-403-0973. Josh, what do you got? What's your vote?
My vote is HE double hockey sticks no. Pete brought up the most important point of all right there. It's the defense is way better this year. That defense that year was one of the worst in football. This defense is literally winning them games this year. I don't think we can overlook the fact that this is just a better team than they were a couple of years ago. And don't forget, there was no Vic Fangio here a couple of years ago. Vic Fangio has, you could arguably argue, he might be the most important person in this organization right now.
Well, I think that point that Pete made and that you're following up on is definitely one part about it. That defense with Sean Desai and then Matt Patricia was a disaster. They were the worst defense in football. And it was the complete downfall of the team. Even the offense that year with Brian Johnson, which wasn't like you were frustrated by it. You were same thing we're saying every week. And we said it all last year too, though, right? This should be better. They should be better. They can get more.
That's what John McMullen told you last week, right, Mike? He was saying, people have been complaining about this offense for 4 years now.
Listen, I got into the most bizarre text chain with my buddy last night, and I couldn't even figure out what the point of the text chain was. I don't even know what point they were trying to make, other than the Eagles aren't entertaining enough, and if they don't get entertaining, they're going to lose people. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, this team hasn't been entertaining offensively in, 5 years.
Yeah.
When was the last time this team had the Eagles have – did you know this? The Eagles have sold out every game at Lincoln Financial Field since 1999. Over 450 straight sellouts at Lincoln Financial Field. The Eagles could take a knee the entire game, and they would sell out. You know why? Because people would buy tickets to boo them.
That's true, too. That's the other coin. Yeah, side of the coin.
They will sell out. There isn't one person listening right now. There's not one person listening right now that will ever be at an Eagles game that is not sold out. Every game that everybody listening from here to the end of your lifetime will sell out, regardless of record, style of play, and any other factor. The Eagles will sell out.
They sell out training camp practices open to the public.
They played a game last year, a meaningless game. It was like -8 degrees with Tanner McKee playing, and you could have done anything else in this world, and that place was packed. It's an event. It's a culture. It is a rite of passage. The Eagles don't need to acquiesce to be entertaining. You know who's entertaining last night? The Cowboys are. They were entertaining last night. That game was entertaining.
And they tied. And the Eagles just win every game. Every game they win.
I would say
it's amazing when you look back at the stats. 20-1 in their last 21 games.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Our Eagles First Reaction brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. Well, the Eagles, again, is it pretty? No, it wasn't pretty last year. We bitched and moaned. They're not good enough. They can't do this. And then they were. And then they went in the playoffs and scored 55 in the championship game and then another 40-burger in the Super Bowl. And they keep telling everybody, we will do it when we feel like it. We're not here to appease you. We're not here to entertain you. We're here to win football games. How long can they do that for? They've won 20 out of 21. When we come back, the Phillies now know their fate, at least which two teams they could play, and how will they set it all up. You know, the Phillies are having an inter-squad game on Wednesday. They were only supposed to sell tickets for the bottom bowl. The bowl sold out immediately, so now they're opening tickets for the upstairs.
There you go. Case in point.
Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Busy show today. Scott Grayson, you'll hear from Nick Sirianni today because he was not asked about A.J. Brown yesterday.
He will be today.
He will be today, and you'll hear it right here on the Sports Bash at 3:30 on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:30 Sports Bash Live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I'm Mike Gill. We've got so much going on, including the baseball playoffs starting tomorrow. You can hear the Red Sox and the Yankees at 6 o'clock, followed by the Reds and the Dodgers at 9 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. That'll be on Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll see what ends up happening on Thursday. Phillies game on Saturday. From what I understand, they will either play at 1 p.m. or 7 p.m. I would imagine if they face the Reds, it'll probably be a 1 o'clock game. And if they face the Dodgers, it'll be a 7 o'clock game, which I was hoping for the 4 o'clock game, the one right in the middle. But the National League times have been released, and it's either a 1 o'clock or 7 o'clock game for the National League. So I guess if it's Phillies-Dodgers, you'll get a 7 o'clock game. And if it's Phillies-Reds, I would imagine that'll be a 1 o'clock game. Unless, I don't know, does Padres-Brewers get 1 o'clock treatment?
I think that would be the 1 o'clock game. But you know what?
Phillies-Reds is a bigger game than Brewers-Padres, right?
I think so. Red October. Although you could do Red October
Reds.
at 10 a.m. and there would be.
Well, nobody else in the world cares about Red October except for us.
Well, yes, me. And the TV should too.
Well, the Cincinnati Reds, are they using Red October?
They're lucky to get in, actually.
There's a historic path for them, by the way, because they knocked out Mike McGarry's Mets from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofAC.com. We should have came back with the Taps music, Mike McGarry. What's going on, man?
Yeah, absolutely. The Mets knocked themselves out with bad pitching from, the middle of June on. It's hard to believe that in early June, the Mets were 21 games over 500 and had a 5-game lead in the division, and end up out of the playoffs is actually quite hard to do. If you set your mind to do it, it would be hard to accomplish.
Well, the Reds are in. They're going to play the Reds. You can listen to that series right here on 97.3 ESPN. Obviously, the Philly season comes to a close, and they're going to play the Reds or the Dodgers. Is it as easy as it looks to say you would rather play the Reds?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the Reds are a team that, is kind of happy to be there a little bit, but be careful what you wish for, because you would be facing a Reds team that just took 2 of 3 from the Brewers and then went to Los Angeles and took 2 games, or 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in Los Angeles. So you'd be facing that proverbial hot team. So either way, it's kind of a scary series, this division series, 3 out of 5 games, and you're going to probably be facing a team with some momentum going into it, whether it's the Dodgers or the Reds. And we've seen from the opposite side, from the Phillies side, when they won that wild card series, how much momentum they've carried into that division series. We can ask Brian Snedeker and the Atlanta Braves that.
Well, we did see that the Dodgers set their pitching rotation. It's going to be Blake Snell in game 1. It will be Yamamoto in game 2. And if there is a game 3, it will be Shohei Ohtani. If they don't need a game 3, Ohtani will pitch on Saturday against the Phillies if they advance in that series. So now you're starting to see the Dodgers with healthy pitching, setting it up the way that they won. And we saw what Ohtani did to the Phillies the last time. So you better hope if you do play the Dodgers that that thing at least goes 3 games.
Yeah, and Mike, a name you forgot to mention there, or didn't mention there, not forgot, didn't mention, is Tyler Glasnow. And if Tyler Glasnow was on any other team in baseball, he'd definitely be pitching one of those first 3 games. And he might even be your game 1 starter. So that goes to show you just how much pitching depth on the starting end the Dodgers have. They are loaded with depth at the starting pitching. Their bullpen, shaky, but there's no denying the talent their starters have. And they showed it in the 3-game series out at Dodger Stadium, where their starters, even though the Phillies took 2 of 3 games, the Dodger starters dominated the Phillies hitters.
All right, I want to go back to Friday night real quick. Aaron Nola, 8 innings, 2 hits, 9 strikeouts, 1 run, had a perfecto going for a little while there. Did he make it a tougher decision for the Phillies, or is he out of the rotation?
No, he's out of the rotation for the division series. You got to go with the three lefties, Sanchez, Luzardo, and Suarez. What I believe he did Friday night is if they get to the NLCS and when they need that fourth starter will now be Aaron Nola. He will be on a very short leash. They will be looking for him to just get them through the lineup one time. Maybe you back him up with Walker Buehler or Taijuan Walker at that point. But to me, that's what Friday night start did for Aaron Nola. It cemented him as your fourth starter when needed for the postseason. But you're not going to need that in the division series.
Yeah, and then on Sunday, I guess the only storyline there was the fact that Trey Turner was activated. He did play. He batted twice. They got him out of the game there. They did end up coming back to win, which was interesting because it was a Max Kepler home run that gave them that win there, and he hit it off a lefty. So, that was an encouraging thing there. But the fact that Trey Turner played in that game, you would assume that he'll be ready to go on Saturday.
Yeah, he'll be ready to go, batting leadoff. Good to see him out there yesterday, back on his feet and playing. I think it was good for his confidence. I think it was good for the team to see him out there and at least get a couple of innings under his belt before the postseason starts. So that's a good move. The only question I have, Mike, is going into the playoffs, and maybe we're whistling past the graveyard a little bit, but they don't have Zach Wheeler, and I find it hard to believe that somewhere in this postseason, Wheeler's absence is not going to be felt.
I do feel that is a valid point to bring up. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. The baseball playoffs start tomorrow night. You can listen to them right here. We'll have the Red Sox-Yankees series and the Reds-Dodgers series on 97.3 ESPN, and every pitch of the Phillies' Red October run is on 97.3 ESPN. All right. I want to switch over to the Eagle game yesterday because obviously they got off to a fast start and then they stalled out, and now this offense and A.J. Brown, is it a legit question or is this just who they are?
Absolutely legit question. I know, again, I am a big Bill Parcells guy. You are what your record says you are. I know they're 4-0 this season. I know what they won 20 of 21 games or whatever the overall streak is. I know you can make a compelling case for them right now to be one of the best teams in football, if not the best team in football. But to me, this offense is a warning sign. No completions in the second half yesterday. Look what teams have done against the Dallas Cowboys. The Packers put 40 up against the Cowboys. The Bears went for more than 30. The Giants put 37 up on the board. The Eagles, meanwhile, scored, 24 points against the Cowboys opening night. The passing game is not where it should be. They are winning. They are winning in improbable ways. They blocked a punt yesterday. They blocked 2 field goals last week. They benefit from drop passes of Travis Kelce and CeeDee Lamb in weeks 1 and 2. To me, there's, 4-0 is great, but there's some warning signs. And again, I think we're whistling past the graveyard if we just think this is business as usual.
So do you feel, is this team giving you 2023 vibes, 10-1, and then it folded like a deck of cards?
No, I don't think, we'll see how it unfolds. I don't think things are going to collapse quite like that. But to me, I would be concerned about the offense, and I don't think you can win or not. You can obviously win a game or two, but I don't think you can repeat as Super Bowl champions. And that's what this team's goal is. I think we would all agree that if they don't get back to the Super Bowl, it would be a disappointing season, or they would have underachieved. To me, you cannot win in the postseason the 2 or 3 games you've got to get to the Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl championship with this offense currently the way it's playing and kind of relying on these big special team plays to get victories.
What do I make of A.J. Brown and his Bible passage tweet yesterday?
Well, I think he's frustrated, right? And I wouldn't blame him for being frustrated. I'd be frustrated too if he's in that situation. I'm frustrated watching him play. Devontae Smith has got to also be frustrated. I mean, those are 2 of the best wide receivers in football. And it just seems right now that the Eagles are not sort of maximizing their talents or getting the most out of their talents. To me, Saquon Barkley, again, this is the Saquon Barkley we kind of saw with the Giants. He had a lot of games like the first 4 he had with Giants And then next week he could very easily go for like 150, 200 yards and then go back to 3 or 4 games with 50, 60 yards. That's, for the most part, that was his career with the New York Giants. To me, something's up with this offense. To me, and the best indication of it is the fact that everybody's lighting up the Cowboys except for the Eagles.
Well, I know that the first half of yesterday's game, Jalen Hurts was 15 of 16. He was precision. He was making all the right decisions. I don't know if that hit that he took, I don't know how he finished. Like, they didn't even check him for a concussion yesterday. But is there any part of you that wonders whether he was a little loop-de-loop?
Well, possibly, but nobody said anything after the game. And like you said, they didn't pull him off the field. At one point yesterday, they pulled Jackson Dart off the field for the Giants after he, ran for a big game and had him go to the blue tent to get checked. Just something's up with the offense, Mike. I think we all agree with it. The numbers say it. Our eyes tell us. And this team to be clicking at 110%, I mean, with 2 great weapons in on the outside in Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, to not be using them is just frustrating. And I can't imagine them winning big in the postseason with the offense playing currently as it currently is.
But it's I think we all watch we watched the game last night. You see these 2 teams score 40 apiece, and those 2 teams aren't very good. I mean, I think I don't know. I'm not as big of a Packer fan as many people are. Everybody think when they got Parsons that put them on a different level. I just think they're a good team, not a Super Bowl team. Dallas is awful defensively, but they were fun. They were entertaining. Is that what we're looking for?
Well, yeah, entertainment is fine, or fantasy football numbers are fine, but I just think the Eagles are not clicking at 100% if they don't get the wide receivers involved in the game plan, and don't throw the ball more to the outside, and don't look to make big plays down the field, and don't try to get the ball to A.J. Brown more and Devontae Smith more. They're 2 of the key players on the team, and right now, through the first 4 weeks of the season, they're just kind of there. They're not really big factors. And, Mike, you can't rely. You win one game because you block 2 field goals, then you block a punt yesterday in the first quarter. You can't rely on that. That's not a reliable formula for success. Sooner or later, you're going to have a game where you don't score a special teams touchdown.
I guess the question I would have is,
do then?
The question I would have is, Mike, weren't we having the same discussion at times last year? Is the offense is frustrating? They don't do enough. You can't win like this. You got to be able to do that. And there was the famous line from Jalen Hurts. Is that what you all wanted to see? Then they got to the playoffs, and they scored 55 in a game, and they scored 40-plus in the Super Bowl. So, I don't know. Do you give them the benefit of the doubt, or is that not, are we unwilling to do that?
Well, each year's a new year, right? And you have a new coordinator in there, and we've seen this offense kind of fluctuate according to who is the coordinator. We've seen that before in the past. I remember last year, Mike, it would be one thing if you weren't throwing the ball to the wide receivers, or if you had 0 completions in a second half. If Saquon Barkley went crazy in that second half and ran for like 175 yards and 3 touchdowns, then it would be understandable to say, hey, I understand why the Eagles aren't that flashy, because they're giving the ball to Saquon Barkley, and he's having, one of the best seasons ever by a running back in the history of football. Well, Saquon Barkley is not having that season this year. So that's what makes it even more frustrating that they're not getting the wide receivers involved in the game plan more. And I think they're just cutting it too close. The margin for error with the way they're playing offensively is eventually going to come back and bite them. Now, what do I mean by bite them? They're going to the playoffs. They're probably going to win the division. They're one of the best teams in all of football. But as far as winning a Super Bowl, winning an NFC title game, I don't think you can do it with the offense as it has played through the first 4 weeks.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And, of course, we'll see what goes on next as Nick Sirianni will talk at 3:30 today right here on the Sports Bash. We'll hear his thoughts on this offense and A.J. Brown, because when he talked yesterday, A.J. had not quite put his post out there, or nobody asked him really about it yesterday. So we'll see what he has to say on that. Plus, all the Phillies baseball playoff coverage right here on the Sports Bash. All right, Mike, appreciate it, pal.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, Mike is Wednesday show, and the baseball playoffs will be underway. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Poll question is up at Mike Gill Show. You can vote right now. Does this year's Eagles team give you 2023 vibes? Vote, vote, vote. Text, text, text. We'll read and react. Coming up next, live on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And Mike McGarry joined us today on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. Coming up at 3, Scott Grayson grades the Eagles' win yesterday. And then you'll hear from Nick Sirianni, plus John McMullen tonight at 5 o'clock. What does Johnny Mack think about the way this team played yesterday? More Sports Bash on the way, live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live at the Fanatics Sportsbook Ocean Casino Resort, Atlantic City. Every Monday, you can stop out and see the show live on location. All right, coming up, 3 o'clock, Grayson's Grades. Nick Sirianni will talk at 3:30. We'll have it for you live on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, your text messages, 609-403-0973. Ton of texts today are on the text board. We'll get to those in just a second. Poll question at Mike Gill Show. Does this year's Eagles team give you 2023 vibes? And right now, it's 63, no, this team is better. 36 says, yes, something's not right. So there's it's like a 60-40 split, but more people in the positive direction that, no, this team is better than that team a couple of years ago. Remember, that team went 10-1 to start the season, and then they fell apart. So you can vote at Mike Gill Show or text the text board at 609-403-0973. My two, I would say, three takeaways. One, the Eagles just don't make mistakes. They're not turning the ball over, and that's a big difference. They are not turning the ball over. The difference in the game yesterday, the fumble from Bucky Irving and the interception from Baker Mayfield. Those two plays, the interception prevents them from scoring, and the fumble, the Eagles capitalize and score. Not to mention, when the Eagles get in the red zone, they're almost unstoppable. They score almost every single time when they are in the red zone.
I think they're at 100%, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Their red zone efficiency is 100%.
I was going to say, it feels like anytime they are inside the 20-yard line, they are scoring a touchdown. That's what good teams do. They don't care if they put up 40 points a game and don't win a game. They care about efficiency, third downs, efficiency, extending drive. Now, yesterday in the second half, they punted a lot. It's not something, but they had an 18-point lead. So, yes, they scaled things back because they didn't want an interception or something like that. They allow – if Tampa Bay was going to get back in that game, they were going to have to earn their way back into that game. And, listen, you're down 3 scores. You've got to go down and score 3 times against that Eagles defense, and the Eagles defense is pretty darn good.
And I think defensively they were pretty good yesterday. I mean, I know you had the 2 70-yard passing touchdowns.
Yeah, you
but
had 2 fluky.
Other than that, I mean, they were pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't allow Tampa to march down the field.
I'll tell you what they do really well. They tackle. They're a very good tackling team in the second. Got Cooper DeJean and Reed Blankenship. Those guys will tackle you. Quinyon Mitchell had a good game yesterday. I think Makuba, other than the fact that he had the breakdown in coverage on that one play, he had a pretty good game yesterday, too. He was all over the place. Campbell had a good game.
Ringo had that good 4th down play. I mean, we'll see what Scott has on the grades, but Keeley didn't play all that bad.
609-403-0973. By the way, if you're a YouTube TV subscriber, you could be SOL on the Phillies playoff run, the start of the Flyers series. Get the details on our website right now.
we just got guys that work their butts off. We stress it. We talk about it, how the hard work. That's what we talked about all week is that, the work, the game and the work that you put into the game never lie to you. And we got guys that put the work in. We got coaches that put the work in. Listen, we got a lot, to clean up. But to be 4-0, that's good. What we talked about was don't let good get in the way of great. So we got a lot to clean up.
Nick Sirianni on the 4-0 Eagles. Don't let good get in the way of great. Don't be content with who you are. Who are the Eagles? We'll find out in just a minute. Scott Grayson grades the Eagles after every Eagles game. His grades are posted at 973ESPN.com. They're brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score on your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Eagles win. It looked like it was going to be a blowout, a runaway, and then they kind of got a little complacent offensively, a little conservative, if you will, and then after the game, the team seemingly was not thrilled with the win. Well, at least one high-profile Eagle. Let's bring in Scott Grayson. Grayson's grades are posted. Scott Grayson, of course, from Fox 29 and 97.3 ESPN.com. And the grades are up, and I'm wondering, did you have one of those days where you had certain grades in the first half, and then you had to kind of erase them and change them for the second half of the game?
Yeah, I mean, definitely second week in a row, right? I mean, the two halves were polar opposites of each other. Last week it was the second half that was better than the first, and this week it was the opposite. So, yeah, it's mind-boggling how this team continues to do this. But at the end of the day, and I know this is what they talk about a lot in the NFL, it's all about winning, and they are 4-0. It's just not a comfortable 4-0 right now, and I think the players are feeling that a little bit, but they're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. They went down to Tampa, they won with the Heat, and all that being said, if I'd have told you before the game they were going to win, don't complain about how, you take the win, and I understand that.
All right, let's start in the middle here. Let's go to the C grade because that's where Jalen Hurts, because I think if you're grading him in the first half, he got an A. He was 15 of 16, pinpoint accurate, and basically ran the offense to perfection. Second half, he's 0 for 8. It's almost inconceivable that someone would go 0 for 8 in the second half after the way that he started, making all the right decisions, making all the big throws. What happened to him in the second half?
You know, what happened to him, as I've kind of thought about this, in the first half he was aggressive. He was, the two touchdown passes were the creative ones to Dallas Goedert, of course. But in the second half, I felt like he was playing knowing that if they turned the ball over, that was one way they could lose this game. So some of the passes to A.J. Brown, who was targeted 9 times but only had 2 catches for 7 yards, were almost intentionally thrown a little bit out of bounds to where not even A.J. had a chance to catch it. And I think that was almost intentionally done by Jalen to say, I'm not going to put this ball into harm's way. At the end of the day, he's right. They won the game without that. But it certainly got a little bit close. And I just don't think in the NFL you can live or go to the mat with 0 passing yards for a half and expect to win. And so I just think there's a lot they need to clean up there. I just thought that in defense of the players, it felt like the play calling went to being very basic and vanilla after the first half. It seemed to be a little bit creative and had some rhythm to it. In the second half, it just felt very, very plain. I did not sense any of that creativity, and I just thought that a lot of that was getting complacent. Now, Jalen has the ability to change the plays at the line. He has the ability to, when things aren't there, tuck it and run a little bit. Even that wasn't happening much in the second half, more effective in the first half. So they have a lot they need to clean up there. He has a lot he needs to clean up. And I still want to see them get the ball to their playmakers a lot better. And he's the one who distributes that. So I think there's a lot there they need to get to work on.
Scott Grayson's grades are up at 97.3 ESPN.com. Let's go to Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator, because obviously him and Sirianni, if you want to throw, you gave them both the C here. I don't know, is Kevin Patullo still trying to find his way as a play caller and with what he has, and then, hey, I got a lead or I'm playing from behind here? He's kind of been in a weird situation.
Yeah, Patullo's the guy, right, who's going to feel some of the heat. And the reason why is obvious. You look at a lot of this offense, it's back. You look at the offensive line. Small change, but Jeff Stoutland's your run game coordinator. He's still the same. You look at the one thing that changed and your first attention, you're caught by the guy who's now the offensive coordinator, and that is Kevin Patullo. I liked what they were doing in the first half, more than I had in any other half so far, I think, this season. And I just think you cannot take your foot off the gas. The Rams did it. The Eagles got lucky and won. The Eagles did it, and they almost didn't get lucky enough to hold on to this win. I'm not seeing creative run designs. I'm not seeing in-game adjustments. I'm not seeing some of these things an offensive coordinator is supposed to be doing. Answer me this, Mike. Last week in the second half, because they had to, they went up there and they were running no huddle stuff with success. Why at some point did you not run no huddle yesterday to prevent the Bucs in the heat from being able to substitute, just to even change the rhythm a little bit, change things up, get them on their heels a little bit on defense? They never did that. You had success doing that the week before. I think this team needs a bye week badly, because it was this time last year they hit the bye. They were able to self-evaluate things, and the offense changed. It looks like it's in need of some sort of evaluation and rehashing a little bit, because right now there's just not that consistency offensively. And the offensive line is part of the blame, in my opinion.
All right, we're going to get to them because you gave them a D, but there's another guy you gave a C, and that is Saquon Barkley. And what is going on with the run game? Because you just said they don't have a run game going. They can't get that going. Barkley, obviously, nowhere near the year that he had last year. He has 19 carries for 43 yards yesterday. He did have the big touchdown run, which he probably would still be running had that been out of the red zone there. But is it Barkley? We see these guys get 2,000 yards and all the touches, then the next year they kind of fall apart. Is it Barkley? Is it the run design? Is it the offensive line?
Of the three, I think it's the least the blame goes on Saquon Barkley. I think everything, we saw and heard of him in training camp, he's fine. He's good to go. He looks healthy. He's got a burst in practices. It to me is not Barkley. I think it's a little combination of the other two things. I just don't think they're scheming things up well to give him a hole to run through. Last year, he ran almost 4 yards before contact. There hasn't been a hole like that all season so far. And so I think when you look at this, the offensive line admits they have got to do a better job run blocking. I give them credit for owning up to that, because I think it is pretty obvious to see. And then I think also they're just running so much between the tackles while the other team is clearly saying Saquon is not going to be the reason we lose today. I just think you got to get creative with some of the runs that you give him so that you can get him in space. I did like that they gave him a couple of passes yesterday out in the open where he could do some of his things. But it was really hard to grade Saquon, in my opinion. I hated giving him a C, but I thought it was appropriate for the fact that, the numbers don't lie. His stats are not where they need to be. And there is, at least in some way, shape, or form, he's the guy holding the ball. Some of it falls on him.
Yeah, and you gave the offensive line a D, and I want to kind of dive into that a little bit deeper because, is it because they're just not performing well, the lack of consistency, there's been some injuries, is losing Mekhi Becton a bigger deal than we thought?
I think, yes, to all the above. I think Mekhi Becton was very solid. I think they do miss him. That being said, I think hopefully, if they can continue to get Tyler Steen, the reps he needs to get in there. He bounced out a little bit during that game. Once again, Lane Johnson was out. We know this team's record is not good when Lane Johnson is not in the game. He missed a little over a quarter, I believe. So, it is hard. Offensive line, and these guys will admit it. You talk to any one of them. There is so much timing and chemistry and communication that is woven into that line that when you take even one piece of it and you remove it, it affects and it trickles down like a domino effect through that line, right? Pass blocking as well as run blocking. And so you just miss a spot where you're supposed to chip a guy or something like that. Maybe you let a guy go by thinking the running back has him, but the running back thought you were getting him. Now it's a completely different play for your quarterback. I think there's some of those things that will get cleaned up. I cannot imagine, knowing the coach that Jeff Stoutland is, that this will continue. I think that they will get better with those blocks. They will once again open up those holes, but I think they also need help from the scheme to maybe get away from the run a little bit and set it up so that you can build off of maybe some success passing. At this point, I think that's where they are. These opponents, to me, are stacking the box. They're jamming in between the tackles, and they're daring the Eagles to beat them some other way. And they're saying, we are not going to let your run game and Saquon Barkley get us. And so far, the only success they've had running the ball has been with Jalen Hurts.
All right, Scott Grayson's grades are posted at 973ESPN.com. Some of the other guys, let's take a look at, because there were some positives here, and I want to kind of, the fact, I think one of the things is they're up 18, and their defense is basically or Vic Fangio's defense, they're saying, you got to score 3 times on us. You've got to score at least 2 touchdowns and a field goal, and if we're up 18, we're going to be ultra-conservative on offense because the 2 plays in the game that make a difference is Jahad Campbell fumble recovery on Bucky Irving and then his interception. The Eagles just don't turn the ball over, but they force you to do it, and they capitalized on the fumble and turned that into a touchdown. So that defense yesterday, you gave a lot of high marks to those guys, but in particular, Cooper DeJean tackles, Quinyon Mitchell, Reed Blankenship tackles. They tackle in the secondary, and they force you into having to make these long drives. And that last Buccaneer drive, they had to go like 13 plays before they finally went 4 and out, but they just could not penetrate the defense. So as a whole, if you're grading this defense, forget the individuals. I think that's where the Eagles, their defense being as good as it is right now, seeps into their offensive problems.
Yeah, I think if you look at all 3 phases of the game, right, and their special teams has been great, has made some game-changing plays, but they've also had some things that you would say, uh-oh, about. I mean, the kickoff returns have been, when you go back to the Rams game, were atrocious. And even last week were okay, but even some of the tackles on special teams are giving up some big returns. They are making some big plays. The defense, to me, is the one part of the 3 aspects of the game that I feel most confident in. And why is that? Well, I think Vic Fangio clearly knows what he's doing. He's got a lot of playmakers over there. He puts them in places to make plays. And if you look at the 2 explosive plays that really allowed the Bucs to continue to stay in the game in the second half, Jahad Campbell was right there and just missed being able to break up that pass to Bucky Irving that went 72 yards. 2 guys were in there, and the ball seemingly went through them somehow, that Igbuka got the big, long 77-yard, I think, touchdown on. Those 2 plays, I can just envision Vic Fangio steaming up and down the aisles of the plane on the way home, finding guys, showing them the video and saying, how could you let that happen? Other than that, man, these guys are good. 5 pass breakups for Quinyon Mitchell. Are you kidding me? I mean, the tackling, as soon as a receiver got the ball, especially in the first half, boom, they were met hard with some good hits. So I really do. I feel so confident in the way this defense is playing. They don't give up a lot of touchdowns other than those explosive plays. When a team does get down there, they seem to clamp down, almost like a bend but don't break, and give up field goals as opposed to those touchdowns. When you take the explosive plays out of there. So I really like what Vic Fangio and this defense is doing. And when you think about it, hopefully they're going to start to get a little bit healthier. We might see Nakobe Dean back next week. He is eligible to come off the injured reserve this week. So they can get a little bit more creative and clever with some of the things they might try to do.
All right, Scott Grayson's grades are posted after every Eagles game over at 97.3ESPN.com. The Eagles are 4-0. We've been asking the question at Mike Gill Show. You can vote, Scott. What's your vote? Does this team give you 2023 vibes at all?
Oh, it's so funny you say that. I was sitting there driving after I dropped my daughter off at school this morning, and I thought about that for a moment. It was like, this feels a little bit like 23, where they were a phantom, 6-0, and then just kept going a little bit. And you thought, wow, what is their identity? Right. And then it fell apart. I'm not ready to go there with this team yet. I think we just finished what is the new preseason, 4 weeks, September. They obviously have things they need to fix. They're doing some things very well. I think that this offense will get it together. I expect them to get a lot more efficient. I think they're just going to naturally have to do that. And as they continue to work on it, it's going to happen more and more. They just have to find the right formula. And it's almost like once you hit a home run for the first time, you start hitting more because you understand how to do it. I think if they can do that with their offense, start connecting a little bit more, building a little bit more of a rhythm. And as Kevin Patullo gets more experience under his belt, I think this offense is bound to get going. So, no, I'm not ready to go to the 2023 vibes yet.
All right, Scott Grayson. Check out all the grades over at 97.3ESPN.com after every Eagles game, and, of course, on Fox 29 and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Scott, we'll do it again next week. It'll be Eagles-Broncos, who we will be breaking down here with the grades. We'll talk to you then, man.
All right, you got it. Take care, Mike.
There's Scott Grayson. And don't forget, check him out on Fox 29 and here on the Sports Bash. All right, 609-403-0969. 0973. Josh, let's tee up some text messages here before we get to Nick Sirianni, who's going to be talking here in the next 10 minutes or so. So we'll do some text messages. We'll read and react there. 609-403-0973. And then you'll hear from Nick Sirianni coming up in about 10 minutes.
Let's start with Paul in Millville. He weighed in on the A.J. Brown stuff. He says, I am just about over this A.J. Brown fiasco. I texted my fantasy group right away after the game, realizing something was up with A.J. He looked like he wanted nothing to do with that game. Hurts was targeting him a few times. What I noticed was he was giving up on routes as well. He's not fighting for contested catches when he was allowing corners to break up passes. I am nearly to the point, says Paul in Millville, where I think it's time to ship him to New England back to join his buddy Vrabel.
There was more than one person out there that suggested he wasn't finishing routes or he wasn't running them hard or he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing. We heard what Rex Ryan said a little while ago. Hey, listen, I can't sit here and defend A.J. Brown. Now, I could defend him in a way to say, yeah, if you care more about your stats, then sure, he has every right to be upset because he could do better. He could get more catches. He could be a bigger part of an offense, and he probably deserves that. But if he wants to win, you can't question anything that's going on right here. Now, you could go back and say, well, whoa. When they won that game last year against, was it Carolina? And they said, what's wrong with the offense? And he said, Carolina. Passing.
Yep.
He said, passing. And then that kind of jump-started them for at least the next week. So is it fair for him to be not only disappointed, but to voice his displeasure in the way that he did?
Is it going to get to a point, though, where both sides are going to be unhappy with each other? I mean, if you're the Eagles, are you going to pay A.J. Brown $23 million a season to have 2 catches in a ball game?
Well, that's where this starts to get interesting, is when the Eagles get to the point where they say, you know what, we don't really need to pay 2 receivers what we're paying them. Do we really need to pay A.J. and Devontae? We can probably get away with one of those guys. Do we really need both of those guys making the money they make?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so will it just get to a mutual, just go our separate ways? Thanks for the Super Bowl. We had some good times together, but you know what?
Well, guess what the Chiefs did at the Tyreek Hill, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, and listen, and that's the thing. The Eagles, this is the ultimate game of we think we have a formula. Our culture wins. It's what the Patriots did for years. They didn't go out and spend gaudy money on free agents. They thought their system was why they won. When they had Belichick and they had Brady. And then the one year they went out and got Randy Moss. But other than that, they never really gave him a weapon. It's our culture, it's our system, and that lasted for about 20 years.
And if Sirianni and Hurts keep on winning at the clip that Brady and Belichick won, I mean, that's what we're getting into here, that kind of territory.
Mm-hmm. David in Violent chimes in, says, the game yesterday was wild. I was there for the second straight year in Tampa. There were more Birds fans than Buck fans in the stadium. 4-0, baby. David in Violent.
Sounded like there were a lot of Eagles fans down there, no question.
That was like a home game. I mean, those Coop chants every time he made a tackle.
Yep, it sounded like there was a lot of Eagles fans in the house.
Also, Monday Marcus chimes in, I think last year was actually hotter down there in Tampa. And being there on vacation, it looks like the offense was having a hard time in the second half, though. It was the Eagle fans dominating the right side of the field, right side of the stadium, loud and proud. And of course, that was Tampa on the other end of the stadium trying to get back into the game sound-wise. Good job by the defense and Jod Campbell at the end, Monday Marcus.
Yeah, the interception, well, they didn't score points on it, but what it did was it gave the Eagles the ball and then allowed them to re-establish the field position. They flipped the field after that, and it made Tampa have to go all the way back the length of the field because that ball that he intercepts, they're obviously, going in, they're ready to score, and he gets the interception. The interception, they don't capitalize on it, but what they did was punt it down the other end of the field and flip the field again.
Yeah, Baun and Campbell, those two guys together, that duo of those two guys, man, name me a better duo in the league.
Well, think about all their draft picks recently here. Campbell, Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, those three guys there are just wrecking havoc all over the field.
And don't forget about Carter and Davis are 2 first-round draft picks, too.
That, too, yeah. Don't forget about those guys. Good point.
Mike in Wildwood says 4-0, whatever it takes to win, boys. AJ, Devontae, make it $100 million. We won the Super Bowl. We are undefeated. They are so good. They take away defenders. They get double-teamed, opening the field up for guys like Dallas Goedert. Imagine if we didn't have AJ and Devontae. It would really stink, he says, exclamation point. He says, by the way, beating Tampa in Tampa is a huge win. I love where we're going. This is not 2023 vibes for me yet, says Mike and Wild.
Well, I do feel that people are undervaluing the level of victories. They've had this. I think they have the strongest strength of schedule in the league so far.
They have one of the toughest ones, yeah.
Think about this, everybody. They went to Kansas City and beat the Chiefs. I mean, I get it. The Chiefs right now have been kind of, although the Chiefs won yesterday at home and blew the doors off of the Ravens.
Probably a playoff team, right?
The Chiefs?
Yeah.
I would imagine that they will end up being a playoff
Well, the way
team.
they played yesterday, they look like they're a playoff team for
Wild
sure.
card or division,
They
whatever.
blew the doors off a Baltimore team that a lot of people thought had the best. I think they had one of the best Super Bowl odds in football.
The third best, I believe. Third or fourth best.
That's one. So you went to Arrowhead and won when that team was trying to prevent themselves from being 0-2. You went to Tampa and won.
Playoff team.
And you've beaten the Rams.
Playoff team.
So you have 3 quality wins. Now, the Dallas win, I wouldn't say is as quality as those wins, but it's a division
But you
game.
have to give them credit for beating a team in Dallas, holding them at 20 points. You just saw them score 40 last night.
The Dallas offense, we never questioned that. We knew their offense was pretty good.
But I'm saying
Now,
you held them to 20.
Yeah, no, I'm saying. And that's an accomplishment because we know their offense, their problem is defensively. The question would be, why'd you only score 24 against them? And that's a fair question. But look, it's opening night. Your offense, you got a new coordinator. What do you expect in there? We'll see. But that is definitely 4 quality wins to start the season.
Which leans into Cole from LBI's comment on the text board. He says, the only difference in the Eagles' offense from this year to last year is that the O-line and Saquon are not playing as well. He says the O-line isn't dominating where Saquon runs the clock out in the second half. It's putting more pressure on Jalen and the passing game, says Cole and LBI.
Yeah, and look, I agree. We talked to Mosher last week, McMullen last week. Everybody has kind of said the same thing. Kaplan last week. The Eagles' offensive line is not the same right now as it was a year ago. And if you look at it, Dickerson, he's banged up. Juergens, he doesn't look right. Steen was out of the game, then came back. Lane Johnson missed all of last week for the most part, and then most of yesterday. So anytime Lane Johnson goes out, you know you've had all sorts of problems. So the lack of continuity on the line for the first 4 weeks has been a problem.
Really quick, guys, are you concerned about Lane Johnson right now? He has played well when he's on the field, but are we starting to look at him as maybe is this guy breaking down?
Well, I mean, you just can't have him leaving the game every game.
Every week.
With a stinger or a different injury.
I know Dr. Chow over at Pro Football Doc talked about him last night with the fact that the stinger that he keeps getting, it ends up, sometimes it's one of those things that you actually need to miss a game possibly to
fully
have
recover.
It kind of fully go away. Yeah.
Right, because when you have a stinger, for those who don't know, it has to deal with inflamed nerve ends, and that if you don't let that fully recover, it just won't ever recover.
And really on the defensive side, Jalen Carter, I mean, he was on the ground in pain yesterday. He left the game, fought his way back in the game, but you wonder how healthy he is.
They showed him on the sideline.
Yes.
It was a weird, quick camera shot.
And he looked
and they didn't
very
even,
uncomfortable.
They did not reference it at all. They didn't say anything about it. They just showed him on the camera, and he looked like he was in pain, man.
Yes.
And I was like, did anybody just see that? It was real quick.
I saw
and then
it.
they did say that his shoulder was a problem. He was standing on the sideline. Then he ended up coming back into the game, but he really did not have much of a factor in the game.
And don't
yesterday.
forget, he has been listed with shoulder problems the last 2 years on the injury report.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I do want to read and react to more of your texts throughout the show, but when we come back, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, we're going to hear what he has to say. Does he give any explanation? Has he talked to A.J. Brown? What's going on there? Find out next when Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni's day after press conference joins us right here on the Sports Bash. And this hour of the show is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907, broadlees.net. All right, welcome back live at the Fanatics Sportsbook Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Now, if you bet the game last night, stay here the whole time?
For that game, last night's game?
Yeah, stay up the whole
I
game?
did,
Did
yep.
you stay up the whole time?
Yes.
Me too.
40 to – now,
Now,
1 second remaining.
How unsatisfied were you with the result?
Yeah, it was pretty the NFL should really probably try and fix that rule, right? I mean, they're worried about the taunting. They're worried about the tush-push.
The taunting
They're worried
penalties.
about the kickoff rules. They need to get rid of ties, right?
The taunting penalties, I mean, listen, NFL, I understand what you're trying to do. And I do agree that, like, you can't have people acting like, you know, ridiculous out there. But some of these taunting penalties are so petty.
Did you like the jeans yesterday?
That was terrible.
The AI step over?
It was terrible.
Yeah.
Where was he supposed to go? Like, I get it. Does he have to demonstratively step over the guy
No,
like
he
that?
didn't have to
But
do that.
where else was he supposed to go?
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing that Sirianni talked about in the presser yesterday, right? It's not getting through to these guys, I guess, right? He talked about touching
But
fire.
it's
You're going
so
to get burned.
subjective. Guy gets a sack, then he runs 5 yards the other way and celebrates. That's okay. But because you celebrate too close to the guy, now you're taunting him? Like, what if I said I'm taking offense by the fact that he sacked me and then ran 5 yards down the field and danced?
Yeah,
I'm offended by that.
Football's an emotional game,
I mean,
right?
it's so dumb.
Yeah.
So dumb. Like, I get it. I understand that you're trying to get some of this stuff out of the game, but some of the stuff is being taken way too far with the taunting. Now, I do like the kickoff thing with the kickoff. Like, if he gets into the kicking zone, like, you can get him at the 20-yard line.
Eagles have to get better at that, by the way.
Yeah, but that's the thing is everybody's trying to figure out a way to get better at it because that happened in the game last night where they got it in the kicking zone and it gave Green Bay had to take the ball at the 20-yard line
20, yeah.
instead of the 35-yard line. That's a big difference. Like, the fact that these teams get the ball in the 35-yard line if you kick it out of the end zone, like, what happened to you get the ball at the 20? You got to go 80 yards. Like, who decided that we need to give you an extra 15 yards if they kick the ball out of the end zone? Like, no.
And with kickers nowadays, you're literally like 2 first downs away from being in field goal range.
And these kickers, I mean, they're kicking 65-yard field goals
The
every
guy,
week.
Yeah, Tampa's yesterday. That game was really 24-3 at halftime.
He kicked a 58er, right, and a 65.
Yeah.
You're seeing teams try 60-plus yarders every week now. Like, if a guy tried a 60-yarder, like, not only are you getting the ball at the 35-yard line, you really only need to get 2 plays.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's just promoting offense, right? I mean, that's just
Well, yeah,
promoting
I mean, they want
points.
They want offense. They want points. But, you know, the game last night, it ends 40-40. What did you accomplish? You put a game on television that had no accomplishment.
Yeah, you can't have ties in competitive sports, right? You can't have – I mean, I know –
Soccer, not a competitive sport?
I guess, right? But that's in football and really –
Well, generally the tie ends up working out for you late in the year. Like, if you go 9-7-1 and the other team's 9-8, that tie helps you.
9-8-1. The one game.
it will. I'll tell you one thing. It will help Philly, right? If Green Bay, if you get into a thing with Green Bay later on down the line,
No, it will be 9-7-1, 17 games.
Oh yeah, my bad. 9-7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But with Green Bay though, if you get into a thing with Green Bay later on down the season, that could help you, right?
You play them coming up.
Right. So I mean,
you play them
it
in
could
week
be,
10. So the head-to-head should erase all that. And keep in mind, the Eagles have the head-to-head on the Rams now and the Buccaneers, and they play Green Bay now. And I said on Friday's show, is anybody else changing at all on Green Bay? Because I've said from the beginning, I have Green Bay behind the Rams, probably Tampa.
Right. I mean, everyone talks about Dallas's defense not being that good, which they're not, but maybe Green Bay's not that good.
Green Bay made a horrible mistake this offseason, guys, because when they let Jair Alexander go, they didn't replace him. You know, so it's like their secondary. You're watching these games, and you're realizing teams are like, look, I know Green Bay has a good pass rush, but if we can get the ball out quickly, we can take advantage of their secondary.
They lost to Joe Flacco and the Browns.
They lost to Joe Flacco and the Browns, and they did it by not scoring. I know the Browns have a decent defense, but they scored 10 points in that game.
And they really should have lost to Dallas with no CeeDee Lamb.
They should have lost to Dallas exactly with no CeeDee Lamb, and they gave up 40 in the game. So their defense really all that good? I said, like, when everybody seemed to like the Packers because when they got Micah Parsons, that made them have a guy that everyone's like, they're the best team now. And I'm like, I just don't see it. Their offense, they scored 40 last night. It's preposterous to say you don't like their offense. They scored 40. Well, they played Dallas. His defense is horrible.
Yeah, I mean, Russell Wilson throws for, 450 or 350 or whatever, and then he gets benched the next week.
So I just – Green Bay, to me, is a good team, not a Super Bowl team. I don't know. And that game last night doesn't change my mind much on them is the fact that, okay, they scored 40 against a very mediocre Dallas team. The Dallas is the number one offense in the football. They have the worst defense in football, I think, right? They're first in offense and they're last in defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
defense,
we're waiting for Sirianni, by the way. He has yet to get to the podium.
And Detroit looked good yesterday, 34-10 over
the Browns.
The Browns, right?
Right, and Detroit, it's funny because they play the Browns. They scored 34.
Well, it's like,
the Browns have good defense. No, Detroit put 34. That game was an anomaly week one. Those week one games, you can't put a lot of stock into that.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Mike, is that in week one, the Packers blast the Lions. A few weeks later, the Packers lose at Cleveland. And then this week, Cleveland goes to Detroit and loses pretty handily.
Right, and, Detroit has a new coordinator. They're trying to kind of get their feet under he's trying to get used to everything, and he's kind of growing. Now, that's a team, though, where you look at Detroit, and you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, you have Jamison Williams, you have Jahmyr Gibbs, you've got Montgomery, you've got Laporta, and they get everybody involved. And that's why it's frustrating, I think, for guys like A.J. Brown who's saying, look at everybody around the league. They got 34 points over there, and everybody's involved.
That's what I said about the Nakua stat. I mean, he had 13 catches in one game. A.J. Brown has 14 total.
Unbelievable that – and look, if you're Devontae Smith, now Devontae doesn't have that kind of personality where he's going to come out and get mad, but he should be pretty angry too.
Well, that's why, Mike, if I could play it really quick, I thought the comment that, for those who don't know, Rand Carthon has been an executive in the league for over a decade plus before he got let go by Tennessee, and I thought he brought up an interesting question about A.J. Brown on CBS Sports HQ last night.
Is the problem with his teammates, or is it the problem with the offensive play caller? Because we do have a new coordinator there who's never
complaining last year.
I'm just posing the question, good sir. Just posing the question, good sir. Is it with his teammates, or is it with the person calling the plays? I think that's the big question, because I think this tweet will be addressed, and it's going to be talked about all week. And I think someone will ask him that question, who was this directed to? And at some point throughout this week, we're going to get close to the answer.
I would imagine that's why Nick Sirianni's not at the podium right now.
Right. And you would think A.J. Brown is going to have a little media session this week as well.
Yeah, and you know what A.J. Brown will do? Do what he does all the time. He'll smile, start laughing.
You guys are making too big deal of this.
Hey, I'm just having some fun. You guys read into everything.
I just think the Carthon comment is interesting, Mike, because remember, Carthon is the GM who came in after A.J. Brown got traded. So I almost wonder, when he got to Tennessee, was there maybe a little information that was shared with him?
Well, and McMullen's going to join us at 5, and I was watching him this morning on Birds 365. And, he said, look, essentially he's saying that he was having a conversation with A.J. Brown, and the conversation's now making some sense, but he said the conversation was off the record, so he can't really share the details of it, but it's making sense. So obviously there had to be something that A.J. had kind of insinuated maybe, and Jeff Kerr, by the way, was the guest on the show this morning and said the same thing. That he was standing there with these people, I guess, and A.J. might have been sharing something with these guys off the record. So, I don't know, do with that what you want. But I was watching Birds 365 this morning. Jeff Kerr was the guest on the show, and he made the same insinuation that he had information, but it was off the record, and therefore he could not share it.
But that's unfair, because it's like if you have information you can't share it, then why even say anything?
I agree that don't tickle me with it, but the point is, hey, whatever this conversation with AJ was is now making more sense. In other words.
Making the tweet make more sense?
Yeah.
Yes. McMullen will be on at 5.
Does the tweet make sense to the person it's directed to? Like, does the person know that tweet is directed to them?
That I don't know, because they didn't divulge what
you would
this
think,
off-the-record conversation was, nor should they, by the way. But, hey, AJ was saying something. It didn't make sense at the time, but now it makes sense.
And now it's out in the open. I mean, now we all know.
I don't know,
about
Josh. Maybe you can, at some point, it was on Birds 365 this morning. Jeff Kerr was on, and it was right when he came on they were talking about it. Now, Sirianni is supposed to talk here. He has not come to the podium yet. Should we take a break here and then get him on the other side?
Yeah.
All right. We'll do that. Hopefully Sirianni is at the podium, because obviously he's delayed because he knows what's coming, right? We'll have that coming up for you hopefully next year on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
it's off the record.
Gotcha. But you know, here's part of the problem, and this is where I disagree with AJ a little bit. And typically, I'm Team AJ, but that by doing what he did, by putting on Twitter, you know,
I know where you're going here. Yeah, I agree.
You open up speculation.
Yep.
And like you've talked to him, I've talked to him behind the scenes. Ed's talked to him. I think I know what he's saying, but we can't talk about it. So, you know, I've already heard other people going in wrong directions. But I think that's, if you're going to approach it the way AJ approached it, I think that's what you invite.
That was John McMullen earlier this morning with Jeff Kerr on Birds 365. That was what I was referencing earlier, which was so that they were talking to AJ, and apparently he had said something off the record that now to those guys seeing this tweet is making more sense now.
Yeah, and you wonder if a conversation is going to be had this week between AJ and whoever that tweet is directed to. I mean, is it out? It's out in the open now, so like they said.
Well, those guys were insinuating that now you put the tweet out there, and now it opens up speculation.
The toothpaste is out of the tube.
Who do we assume that the tweet is directed at? Hertz, Petula, Sirianni. They're the three, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it goes as high as Roseman, right?
I wouldn't think so.
My working assumption has always been, guys, that this is something to do with the play calling, because we have heard rumor and speculation before about, you know, there being frustrations with the team play calling. Remember last year, the guys walked into Kellen Moore and Nick Sirianni's offices. We got to run the ball. You know, there's been reports that, you know, there has been, you know, unpleasant conversations between the coaches and the players at times. Remember 2 years ago, Mike, you mentioned 2023. What did the Eagle players do? They said, bleep you, Brian Johnson. We're going to call our own plays, right? And then Sirianni covered up for the players. The players came out and said, nah, Sirianni's trying to cover for us. We called those plays. So there seems to be a history of disconnect between the players and the coaches to me.
Well, listen, in the second half of the game last week, people were wondering who called the plays.
Right.
Was it Kevin Petula or was it
Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts? And, you know, Nick came right out and said, you know, Kevin called the plays in the second half.
So now, right, did Jalen Hurts call the plays in the first half yesterday, and then they switched at halftime, and Petullo got the second half?
But that's the thing.
Are they going back and forth now?
I think that, and I don't know that anybody's going to ask Nick this, because I don't know that anybody else assumes it, but he had to have had a concussion after that hit. Like, did anybody? I didn't hear the post game yesterday. So did Nick get asked yesterday if anything was wrong with Jalen?
No.
So then, because I texted McMullen this morning, to which I said, it's my opinion that Hurts had a concussion after that hit. Like, that to me would be a question. Hey, Nick, Jalen took a pretty good shot. He was slow to get up. I mean, he could barely get up on his own. Did that have a factor in him being 0 for 8 after starting 15 of 16? I mean, that's almost unprecedented that you go from the way he played in the first half to what happened in the second half.
It is hard to do, but you would think that they would have one completion. Anything.
And it's not even that he didn't have a completion. He was so erratic. He was throwing passes out of bounds. He was throwing passes to A.J. Brown where A.J. Brown wasn't even close to being open yesterday on any of these plays. And he was just throwing it to him anyway. It was almost like, hey, A.J., you're one-on-one down the sideline. You know, I'm watching one here at the Fanatic Sportsbook right now. He threw the ball to him 3 plays in a row, and none of them was A.J. open. Not one. Like this one here, he's double-teamed. There's 2 guys that jump in front of the pass before. I don't understand, like, how yesterday nobody asked that question. Was Jalen okay in the second half? You know?
I mean, the league is much more willing, I think, nowadays to clear concussions for quarterbacks, right? I mean, we see guys go out a lot, and they just come right back in. So I don't know.
Who was saying that this morning? was that if it's the quarterback, generally they clear them a lot quicker. If it's an offensive lineman and they have a concussion, they're generally out for the rest of the game.
Right.
But they never even put him in the blue tent, Jalen. He never even got checked out.
Yeah, I don't remember him going in the blue tent, no.
I couldn't believe it at all.
They did not take him to the blue tent at all yesterday.
I could not believe that he did not go to the blue tent. Like, just to say, hey, listen, he's in a concussion protocol. They're going to, or not protocol, but like he's getting tested for a concussion. And because that was a big-time hit there. No question.
Like last year in the Washington game, right? I mean, that's kind of the same kind of hit, right? That knocked him out of the game.
And then he missed.
It's almost the same exact kind of play because when he goes to slide, the guy goes over top of him and hits him while he's going downward.
Frankie Louvu, right? Yeah.
Yes, Frankie Louvu.
609-403-0973. Still got a lot of texts. Sirianni has not. Now, he was scheduled to be at the podium at 3:15 today.
There was also a long run by Hurts that he got hit kind of hard too, right?
Yeah, but that was
going to the sidelines.
That was. Well, you talk about the one earlier where he lowered
in the
his
first
shoulder?
quarter. Yeah,
the 28-yard.
He tried
scramble.
running through that guy, right? And we were like, "Yo, buddy, whoa, man."
That was different. That was not a headshot.
All right, Mosher is scheduled to join us for football at 4. Now, I'm assuming everybody is trying to wait on Sirianni here to hear what he has to say about A.J. Brown, and that's why he is not out there yet, right? Has anybody said that why there's a delay or why he hasn't come out yet? I have not seen anything on that. All right, when Nick comes out, we'll play it by ear here. Okay, we'll try to get. We certainly want to hear what he has to say when asked about the Nick A.J. Brown stuff and anything else with this team. I would like someone to ask whether how Hurts is feeling today. And we'll talk to Mosher about that coming up next on the Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Geoff Mosher's in the house today. He's going to join us in just a couple of minutes. But first, Nick Sirianni is at the podium. First question has been asked. It is regarding A.J. Brown. And here is the Eagles head coach, Nick Sirianni, answering that question about A.J. Brown, followed by Geoff Mosher in about 12 minutes here on the Sports Bash.
Hey guys, sorry for being late. Was obviously in a meeting, went over. So apologize and make you guys wait.
And Nick, I'm sure you saw the AJ post on social media where he quoted scripture and said, "If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene. Shrug your shoulders and be on your way." Is it your understanding that AJ still wants to be here?
Yeah. Obviously AJ is very important to this football team. I know he wants to contribute. And, do the things that he's capable of doing. He wants to contribute into these wins. And he's had a couple games where he hasn't been able to, and for different reasons of why we haven't in these games. So, but I question nothing about, his desire to play great football, his desire of being a good teammate, his desire to be here.
We'll go to Jeff Nyberg and then John McMullen.
Nick, how do you go about addressing a situation like that with AJ? Is it something you talked to him about last night after it happens? Do you talk to him today? Have you talked to him, and what was that conversation like?
Yeah, obviously, always talk to him. Somebody I talk to on a daily basis. I try to reach out to all our guys on a daily basis, and won't get into, any private conversations that we have with any of the players about any topic, right? That's sacred relationship between the head coach and players, and we'll always keep that private, but always in constant communication with all these guys.
We'll go to John McMullen and then Dave Zangaro.
Hey, Nick. On field, after you got to watch the film, first half versus second half, we've talked in the past about manufacturing touches. You don't really want to force it at times, but what is your responsibility? What is KP's responsibility when it is going a little bit sour, 3 and out, to sort of maybe kickstart that thing?
Yeah, we're responsible. I'm responsible for everything that happens on that field. Offense, defense, special teams. That's the job of a head coach, is to be responsible for all that. So, obviously as coaches, you want to put them in positions to succeed for different reasons. We were really successful in the first half, played a really good first half, and wasn't as successful as second half. Had some negative plays, had some calls we want back, had some plays we'll want back, as players and coaches. But I think when we talk about our efficiency, we want to hit explosives, we want to be efficient, we want to protect the football. We had some plays that moved backwards, right, for different reasons, and so which again was kind of some of the things that happened in the previous game, that we moved backwards a little bit on first and second down, so which makes it tough on third down. So again, need to be explosive, need to protect the football while still and need to be efficient. And there was times for different reasons, like I said, we weren't that in that second half.
We'll go to Dave and then Rube.
Hey Nick, in a more general sense, when there are some frustrations in a locker room, what have you learned in your role as a head coach about the best way to deal with those?
Yeah, open, honest communication. And I think it starts with, the relationship that you build with the guys before, anything, so, but it's always about being open and being honest. And it's always about the relationship. So again, I know he wants to contribute to what we're doing out there, especially when we had the second half that we had. And again, like I said, never question the teammate he is, never question the effort that he plays with, and the player that he is and the person that he is.
We'll go to Rube and then Zach.
Hey, Nick. In the second half, the defense came up with some real big stops at key moments. Gave up a lot of yards, but tough in the red zone. A couple takeaways. What is it about this defense and these guys that enables them to come up with those clutch type of plays at key moments in games, and how important is that?
Yeah, obviously, anytime you win the turnover battle, that's a big deal. And we were able to force some turnovers yesterday, and then you count the block punt, and then you also count the turnover and downs on fourth down stop. What I see with our defense is 11 guys just going as hard as they can, flying to the football. Right? We missed a couple more tackles than we've missed in the past yesterday. But what was so cool to see is those didn't turn into explosives. Their teammate was right there for them, right next to him, just in the swarm to make the tackle if we missed one. So that's what really stands out is the relentless effort. The play that Jihad has the interception on. I didn't even notice it in the game until I saw it. On film and looked at it on film. Reed gets a hand on that, right? Reed gets a hand on that and kind of makes it look like it wasn't a great throw. And Baker was trying to put it over top Jihad's head, and Reed gets a hand on that to allow Jihad to make that play. So it's them playing together for each other and with relentless effort, and which is what you want on defense, right? Just that relentless effort. And we made some really big plays in some critical moments. Obviously have things to clean up, with some of the explosives that were hit. But when you're playing that hard and for each other, that good things happen.
We'll go to Zach and then Brooks.
Thank you.
Hey, Nick, if I can follow up on the variations you have to the tush push, what made yesterday the right time to use those, and how do you think it affects the way defenses play you going forward?
Yeah, hopefully you soften them up, right? You soften them up for the next time you run it. I won't get into schematically, Zach, just why we thought in that particular game or when or anything like that. Obviously, for you guys understand that. I appreciate you guys understanding that. But yeah, you hope that you soften it up for the next time that you run the play. That's a good defense, as we know, with really good interior linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers, like you name it. And it was the right time yesterday for it. And we probably had a couple more of those in 23 and 22 that we ran, more so than in 24. That were really, I can think of a couple off the top of my head that, whether it was at Washington in 23 or against the Giants in 22, that turned into some explosive plays as well. So it was just the right time yesterday. Kevin did a good job of calling those in those scenarios, and the players did a great job of executing.
We'll go to Brooks and then Martin.
Hey, Nick, with Quinyon Mitchell's play yesterday, I'm just curious what you've seen as the season's begun, some of the things behind the scenes that are matching with the play that's showing up on Sunday.
Yeah, just a relentless guy who relentlessly works every day. You stay out after practice, he's out there working his footwork, he's out there working catches, he's out there working his breaks and his ability to press and all his footwork that goes into playing defensive back. So it's great when you see, and obviously he's highly talented. And so it's great when you see that work, that daily grind, show up, because, we're a product of our habits, and those habits are formed in practice. And I think, you get top level preparation by Q, not only in practice, but in pre and post practice.
We'll go to Martin and then Bo.
Hey, Nick. I was wondering if you're seeing any kind of
I don't know, common denominator in the way Jalen Hurts is playing, both in the first half against the Rams and then the second half yesterday against the Buccaneers? Like, what kind of adjustments are those teams making to kind of limit his effectiveness?
Yeah, I think he's been, again, really efficient. You look at it, he's in the top 10 at completion percentage. He's in the top 10 of quarterback ratings and top 10 of QBR. All those things, show how efficient that he's been. Obviously, when you're that efficient and you're good on offense, you're going to see different things from different teams. And it's hard to say, hey, it's Martin, sometimes they did this, like one team did this, the other team did this, just to try to slow us down. But I've just seen that consistency, efficient play. And, as far as, what one half looked like and what another half looked like, we got to coach more consistent. We got to play more consistent across the board. So we put together a full game. I look at our first 4 games this year, very similar to what our first 4 games were last year. We've obviously played a very hard September schedule, and coming out of September last year, it was a good opportunity for us to sit and say, hey, what do we do good? What are we, not doing so good? And try to, figure that out and get better from it and get better every day. Well, it's the same thing here. It's just we have a different record right now. And so we have to have that same hunger, same humbleness that we had last year, this year. Not trying not to speak too much about, different seasons, but that first month of the season, right, you're figuring some things out, because at the end of the day, you want to continue to play better. So you're playing your best football at the end. And so a lot of things to clean up at every position, offensively, defensively, special teams, and that's what today was about. Yesterday we enjoyed it. Today, back to work, telling each other the truth in attempts to get better.
All right, there's Nick Sirianni, and you heard him right here on the Sports Bash Live. We got asked about AJ. He said he's very important to our team. He wants to contribute to the wins. No question, his desire to want to be here is what Sirianni said as the start of that thing. Now, one question. Now, he is still talking, apparently. We cut it a little short there because Geoff Mosher is in the StreamYard now. And on the radio here at 97.3 ESPN, it's Football at 4. And I did not hear anybody ask about Jalen Hurts. Now, Martin Frank just asked a question about his first half to his second half, and his first half in L.A. versus second half in L.A. But Mosher, I want to start off with the question, nobody asked yesterday, but did Jalen Hurts look like he should have been playing in the game in the second half after he took that shot? He could barely get to his feet.
I mean, it's hard to say. Then you get into speculation. He was slow to get up. He took some shots. It was also, though, the league has people looking at this, reviewing it from up top, and nobody signaled for him to come to the side or get checked out. He spoke after the game. So sometimes, if you're suffering from a concussion and showing symptoms, even if they didn't see it on the sideline after the game, they'll withhold you from speaking to the media. You'll get whatever treatment as you start to get into the protocol. And that didn't seem to happen. He spoke today. Look, the big giveaway will be if he's not in the concussion protocol tomorrow, then he didn't have a concussion, because they're certainly not going to be like, oh, in retrospect, he had a concussion, but let's not put him on the concussion protocol to save the leagues and our behind.
Okay, well, then let's, and I'm not saying any of this is wrong, but then, because to me, he went 15 of 16 in the first half. He was 0 of 8 in the second half, and he wasn't close. He was all over the place yesterday. Yep. And one of the things that Sirianni brought up is his efficiency and, all that stuff. Well, he was inefficient in the second half. He didn't look like he was in the same stratosphere as the player he was in the first half. Was that something that Tampa did?
Well, they certainly made an adjustment, Mike. I almost feel like they walked into a buzzsaw a little bit, because two things. One, they always blitz. That's what Todd Bowles does. That's what he always does, and he does it well against the Eagles. But the Eagles have been getting blitzed a lot the first 3 weeks, so they've seen it quite a bit. And, the Rams went out of character. We talked about this last week. The Rams blitz at 12% going into the game against the Eagles, and they blitzed around 40%. So I almost felt like Todd did a little bit too much, almost tried too hard, because the Eagles were expecting it, and they built their offense around expecting it, and it set up a ton of one-on-ones for the Eagles to find, right? And then in the second half, Todd Bowles stopped blitzing. He showed it a lot of times, but he basically rushed 3 and 4 and dropped guys into coverage, which was a major adjustment and something that the Eagles, I think, didn't do a great job in total of adjusting to. Now, there were still opportunities, as you're talking about, and Hurts missed on a couple of one-on-ones on the outside that he usually hits, but I think you also have to factor that the second half was about, 2:30, 3 o'clock. That's when the sun's at its hottest. They were reporting that the Eagles sideline was really blazing right at the start of the second half. So maybe that had something to do with it. I really don't know. We also seen this offense do this quite often in games over the last year and a half to 2 years, where they are unstoppable for a half and don't have a clue for another half.
So there's the one sequence where he throws the ball to AJ 3 straight plays. None of them are close. I mean, What's going on in that sequence there? Is that him trying to appease AJ? Is that him, doesn't have anybody, so let me try to get – I mean, one of them, he throws it to 2 Buccaneers, essentially.
Yeah. And again, I think that was a little bit – that was in the second half, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, and I think that was the change in what the Bucs were doing, where they're showing blitz, so you think you got that one-on-one, and AJ is your one-on-one guy, right? AJ and Devontae, but then right at the snap, they drop guys into coverage, and then what you thought was there is not there. I'm actually going to go take a look after this, those 3 particular plays, and see if I noticed that was the case. But I know that was going on in the second half quite a bit, and it's very possible that it was just the adjustment that was difficult for the Eagles to kind of counteract to.
What is your take on A.J. Brown and what, has transpired? That's the first question that Nick gets today. Very important to our team. He wants to contribute. No question his desire to want to be here. But when you see what A.J. has done, is this just, it's A.J., he's a wide receiver, this happens, or is there something bigger going on here?
I mean, it's not the first time that, AJ has either said something or tweeted something or, and he's clearly been frustrated. I think Nick said in the press conference today something that made a lot of sense. He said, these games have reminded us a little bit of the first 4 games of last year. And obviously they were 2-2 last year, and now they're 4-0, but there were some pitfalls and some obvious frustrations there last year that I think you're seeing this year. But the Eagles tend to win. They tend to kind of reverse it, and we'll have to see. But, AJ's not the only one either that was echoing some frustration, because Jahan Dotson tweeted also something to the effect of offense shouldn't be this hard. So obviously the wide receivers are frustrated. There's no question that they are, and I'm sure everybody on the offense is a little bit frustrated by their Jekyll and Hyde act that's been going on.
Yeah, and, this goes, they're up by 18 in the game yesterday. And at that point, do the Eagles say, you got to score 3 touchdowns against us, so we're just going to be ultra-conservative. We're not going to do anything to give you the ball. In other words, Tampa fumbled, Philly scored a touchdown. Tampa threw an interception, and Philly ended up punting the ball down the other end of the field and making Tampa go back down the other end. So are they just saying, look, you're 3 scores behind us. We are not taking any chances?
I hope not. I mean, I can't imagine. Well, all right, let's break that down. Yes, I do think that having that kind of lead maybe should teach them a lesson now, that you stay aggressive. I wanted them to stay aggressive, come out passing. They did pass, but like you were saying, he was wildly off the mark there. But if there's a lesson to be learned, it's that you got to keep your foot on the pedal here, especially on the road against good teams, and not let up and not think that you have it. And you're still a work in progress yourself offensively if you're the Eagles, right? You haven't played a complete game offensively all year. So if you're up like 2 touchdowns, in the fourth quarter, sure. But in the third quarter, you still got to get your passing game going. You still got to put your pedal to the metal, so to speak. You can't let up.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. So, I mean, Some people are talking about how frustrating this offense is. Similar conversations last year, right? And then they had the Carolina game. What's wrong with the offense? Passing the next week. Is that what you all wanted to see? Do we think that this offense has similar issues to last year? Do they even have issues?
Mike, I hate to make this sound so like repetitive, the conversations that we have, but can you tell me, I don't know, anytime in the last 3-4 years that the offense hasn't gone through this kind of, haven't we had this conversation pretty much all the time? Like, I know, I even remember saying to you last week that you hit it on the head when you tell people that the last thing they remember is what they remember the most. And the Super Bowl happens to be going into this year, the last thing people remember. But this is what the offenses look like. The only thing that's missing is that Barkley run.
The next question, okay, that's a big thing. But the next question is then, how long can you sustain this without the Browns and then the other guy saying, okay, enough's enough. I want mine.
I don't know. I think it's a really good question.
So is that what they're fighting here? Okay, you're winning. You've won 20 out of 21. You're winning every game, but your guys are saying, I want more.
That is not the nature of guys. I mean, usually guys just want to win. And even A.J. Brown has just talked about wanting to win, but he wants to contribute. I can't imagine that we're going to go 4 or 5 more straight games where A.J. Brown's a non-factor. But I got to admit, I didn't think we would be 4 weeks into the season without Saquon Barkley having a big run. It's tough because the first half was so good, man. He was 15 to 16. Everything was working well. And we're really just talking about 8 throws in the second half. I just looked at those 3 straight throws to A.J. Brown while I was talking to you on NFL. And honestly, there was nothing disguised or just two throws were just overthrows. I mean, he was open and they weren't the biggest overthrows, but they were overthrows. So, I have a feeling that they're going to play a game in the next 2 or 3 weeks and A.J. Brown's going to get a lot of touches and score a touchdown and things will be good for at least a few weeks until it's not. I'm as curious as everybody else, Mike. But I can't get past the fact that they've won 20 of 21. I wrote this as my first observation after the win yesterday, is that we can be very nitpicky on certain things or even justifiably concerned with certain things. But I know for a lot of Eagles fans, what their parents and grandparents used to tell them about what it's like being an Eagles fan and all the heartbreaking losses and all the letdowns. And this team has won 20 of the last 21 games. I mean, that's almost equivalent to what the Dolphins did and before I was born, right? And what the Patriots nearly did. I mean, they won that many. They just didn't finish it off with a Super Bowl, but the Eagles are coming off a Super Bowl. So in some regard, I think, those people who are really furious have to kind of take a step back and realize they're watching the greatest football the Eagles have played ever in their lifetime.
How much does that 2023 collapse enter into this conversation, do you think?
Yeah, so I've been listening to your show today. I know you and Pete and others have been talking about it, and a lot of people are. And I think that there's got to be a middle ground there. I mean, I think it's perfectly acceptable and valid to say, if you look at this Eagles defense compared to that Eagles defense and what was going on and the instability.
The defense is definitely a different thing here.
And then the overall talent is better. There's just no question about it. And this is a tough schedule they're in the middle of, and they're 4-0. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is the other way to look at it is maybe they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. We'll see. I don't know, but I don't see them losing 6 out of 7 games. Do you? As bad as things have been, does this seem like a team?
I said earlier, look, you went to Kansas City and won. And look, that, by the way, they won at Kansas City in 2023 as well.
Right.
And they went to Buffalo and won before it fell apart. You went to Tampa, a place you've really struggled, and won that game. You beat the Rams here. I mean, those are 3 teams that all are playoff quality opponents. I mean, Dallas is in the division. It's opening night. There's a lot of emotion, and you find a way to win that game. So they have 4 pretty impressive wins so far to start this year off.
Yeah.
But they had impressive wins in that 2023 year, and it was like they're finding ways to win. And good teams find ways to win, and no matter what it takes. And CeeDee Lamb drops that pass, and Kelsey drops a pass, and you needed a blocked field goal. This week you got a blocked punt. At what point does that run out and your offense has to carry you? And I guess people are wondering if the offense is going to be there when they need it. And last year, Jalen says, is that what you all wanted to see? It was there when they needed it.
It was. Now, does that happen every year? I don't know. But I mean, you go look at the Ravens. They were my number one team going into this year. I thought they were going to be the best team, and they have real issues. They can't win and finish these games. In fact, they're blowing leads left and right. And then they go and lose to a Kansas City team that they just gave life back to the Chiefs. You look at the Bills. The Bills are 4-0, the only other team that's 4-0, right? They gave up 21 points to a Dolphins team that's bad, and they gave up 40 points to the Ravens. So as dominant as they are, I'm sure somebody in their building, I'm sure their most critical fans are like, how are you giving up 40 points, in the season opener at home? How are you giving up 21 to the Dolphins? Their pass rush isn't great. So you can nitpick about you always can nitpick about the best teams. And I hate using the word nitpick because that makes it sound like I'm minimizing the complaints. The complaints are real here. The Eagles have no running game right now, and that's not good. Their pass rush from the edges has not been great, but they seem to have a good response for the issues that they're having. Whereas when they went into the tailspin, they had no answers.
Well,
the only thing,
pass rush, we'll see.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as long as this team doesn't get hit by a rash of injuries, then I think they'll be okay.
All right, Mosher's back on Wednesday. We'll dive deeper into it. We'll get more on that, of course, and Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Geoff Mosher has his observations at phillyvoice.com, at Geoff P. Mosher, and right here, Football at 4 on the Sports Bash at the Fanatics Sportsbook. All right, Mosher, thanks, man.
Take care, Mike.
All right, we got more on that coming up a little bit later on. We will certainly continue the conversation. John McMullen will join me at 5 o'clock tonight. We'll get his take on what Nick Sirianni had to say when we come back. Nick's Nuggets are on the way. Earnshaw is here. We'll get his take on that. I'm sure the Phillies will enter the conversation. All that and more. By the way, the Sixers in Abu Dhabi today. They start training camp. They'll play their first preseason game on Thursday morning.
A lot of good reports coming out about VJ, about how good he's looked so far in practice and camp.
All right, more Sports Bash coming up live from the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN. We're live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. By the way, I was texting back with Mosher. He mentioned Dotson's tweet about offense not being so hard. He did acknowledge it was about the Penn State game, not the Eagles' offense, that he was referring to in that tweet. Said offense shouldn't be so hard. Now, it does say the tweet was 1 day ago, but the tweet was at 10:27 on Saturday night. So it makes it look like the tweet was yesterday, but was actually after. I guess he's a Penn State alum.
Right, and that was before Aller made that awful double overtime interception to lose the game.
Couldn't happen to a better program.
That was a good whiteout, though. That was a good showing by those fans, I must say.
Good old whiteout at the game against Oregon. What a traditional battle that is. The Oregon Ducks traveling to Happy Valley. All right, Nick Earnshaw is in the house. So, just to clear, Dotson is not mad at the Eagles' offense.
Well,
that we know of anyway.
Yes.
Not in public anyway.
Yeah.
Not passively aggressively yet. Like
I'm sure he's talking to his wife and girlfriend about it.
Nick Earnshaw's here with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. We got a lot of places we can go.
There is a ton of places we can go, but I mean, why would we start anywhere else but the AJ Brown stuff? I've been chomping at the bit because you and I have been talking back and forth about this, Mike, since last night about the Eagles game itself. But nugget number one, we got to start with AJ Brown. All right, he puts out the tweet yesterday, and people are just going nuts. And with the tweet, I'm going to read it off real quick because it's fascinating to me because he's doing the opposite of what the tweet was intended for, right? He said, he put out, quote, "If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw, don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way." Well, AJ, you aren't shrugging your shoulders. You're making a scene by putting out a tweet virtually. All right? Just because you're not saying it and you're declining interviews after the game doesn't mean you're not making a scene. You're making a scene online, which is now pretty much everything nowadays, right? So I have a massive. Usually I am defending AJ, but I can't defend him in this case because he's been top 10 in target share since he became a Philadelphia Eagle, okay? He gets targets. He got 9 targets yesterday. Now, were they great targets? No, there was a couple bad throws by Jalen, and it felt like they were forcing him the ball at times. And I think part of it has to do with some of the route concepts that you and I have been texting back and forth about and things of that nature. And I felt like he was giving up on a couple of routes yesterday. I don't know if anybody noticed that. There was like 2 times where I saw him kind of give up on a route pretty quickly. So there's that with AJ Brown. This is not a great look at all, okay? He's getting targets, and I want to play a little bit of sound from earlier today. I know Josh has it ready back there. Harris said this about AJ Brown earlier on.
What I have the biggest problem with is not you taking your criticism out on social media. It's the fact that you had 9 targets today, AJ Brown, and you had 2 catches for, like you said, 9 yards. So what exactly is the problem here? I get that there's a lack of production, but you at least can't complain and say that you're not getting the ball or you're not getting targets because you are. The offense knows how important you are to this team, and they're trying to get you involved. It's just not working right now. So then when you go on social media, you have the potential to create a locker room problem. You have the potential to rub some people the wrong way.
So there's Damian Harris, former Patriots running back, talking about AJ, and this is creating an issue. There's no need for a creation of an issue. You're 4-0 right now. I can't take AJ's back on this one. He got targets. Yes, it's early on in the season. They're going to figure this out. And I heard you and Mosher talking about it. We've gone through this every year, it feels like, with AJ. This is nothing new, though.
It's not anything new, and that's why I said I wouldn't be surprised if AJ is at his locker on Wednesday when he talks, and he has that smirk on his face, that he always does, and he's kind of laughing and looking over at you, and just like I'm just it is what it is, whatever. Like Nick today, obviously he was late to the podium. I'm assuming they went over, probably talking to him, probably in a meeting with AJ, probably everybody in the PR staff. How are we going to spin this? What are we going to say? And he said, he's very important to us and our success. He wants to contribute to these wins. But there's no question of his desire to want to be here.
Yeah. I mean, I would say half those targets we talked about it in the second half, those balls weren't even close to him. So you can't just look at the box score and say he got 9 targets. He really didn't get 9 targets. He got probably 4 or 5 decent shots.
The throws were not great throws.
They were terrible.
And that's what I
He
said.
had no chance
I think Jalen Hurts I contend I think he was concussed. I think he got hit on that play, and he was out, man. We played the video earlier for the people watching on X and YouTube. He couldn't get up. He couldn't get up. I mean, he literally rolled over. When he got hit initially, he looked like he was like
He was slow to get up. I'm with you there.
He wasn't only slow to get up.
He was slow.
Like he looked like he tensed, like where he locked up, and then his body almost like not as bad as Tua, where his hands curled up and everything.
Right.
But he looked like he was out, and then he rolled over. And he tried to get up like onto his knees, and he could not get up, dude. He was out. I am shocked. And today, and I didn't hear the whole presser. We cut out of it a little early. And I don't know that anybody followed up and asked, hey, was everything okay with Hurts? I mean, he was 0 for 8 in the second half, and some of those throws were not even in the zip code.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something to monitor. That was a play I was interested in. And usually you have the independent neurologist say, no, get him off the field really fast. I didn't see them at all do that yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. He never went to the blue tent yesterday. He never got looked at. And I wouldn't be – we played the video earlier. It was pretty clear that he could not get up.
I think with AJ, I think AJ's seeing like Dallas Goedert get schemed, for touchdowns. They're scheming to get Goddard the ball and involved. He is frustrated. And you know what? It's okay that he's frustrated, right?
By the way, PJ, see this?
No, I did not.
We got some. I don't know if this is just breaking news or anything yet, but we've been trying to play sleuth a little bit on the Phillies game this weekend.
Yeah.
Now the Flyers moved their game to 12:30.
Their preseason finale to 12:30.
Wow.
So Phil's tailgate tweeted out that the two National League times are either Saturday at 1 or 7. Okay?
That's got to be 7. It's got to be.
That's what I'm contending.
All right,
contending that 7 p.m. is the first pitch.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
I would be shocked.
1?
There's a screenshot of somebody's. They went to their looks like their cable package.
That's AI. That's photoshopped.
Well, go look at your cable thing.
Yeah, no, I will.
You can't do it here?
I could try.
What do you have?
Xfinity.
Isn't that Xfinity you have up right now? Looks like Xfinity.
Yeah. This is from, I don't know. Just saying.
Oh, dodgeball's on at the same time.
Yeah. It's like Scream is, too. Halloween movies are starting right there, Mike. If you're watching on the X platform.
I didn't mean to change the topic, but I saw that, and we were talking about it earlier. I'm trying to plan my weekend here. We're going to watch the Phillies game in Dewey Beach. So we got to get the ferry and to get over there. And, if the game's at 1 o'clock, that's going to be a problem.
Well, I'm saying, why would the Flyers move their game up 3 hours to play at the same time as the Phillies?
You would think that the Flyers would not have moved their game up. Now, I said earlier, and I saw our buddy Kevin Cooney tweet this out as well. If the Phillies play the Dodgers, I would imagine they play at 7. But if they play the Reds and the Cubs move on to play the Brewers, I would think that the TV networks would value Chicago Cubs over Phillies.
That's a tough one.
In that instance, the Dodgers would be the only West Coast team left, right?
Yeah.
So their viewers, you would figure.
Well, you're not going to play the Dodgers at 1 o'clock because that game over there is at 10.
Right.
Yeah, be in the morning.
Yeah. So
no, you can't do
that. If
that.
the Phillies play the Dodgers, that will be a 7 o'clock game. But if the Phillies play the Reds would be who's smaller, Cincinnati or Milwaukee? But you have the Cubs. The Cubs are bigger than Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's Chicago.
Yeah. So I think you could have a possibility at 1 o'clock. No, I don't know why the Flyers would move their game to 12:30.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, already moving it. Like it's Monday. The wild card series doesn't start till tomorrow. So it's interesting. I think it would make sense if it's 7 because now you're spreading everything out. And if it's at 3, I don't know. That's fascinating to me that they already are moving the game. That's a little weird that they're doing it this early in the week.
Now, I will say today, by the way, for those of you who have YouTube TV, tomorrow is the deadline. You've been seeing that scroll on the screen. If you have YouTube TV like I do, if they don't get a deal by tomorrow, you're going to lose NBC Sports Philadelphia. Now, the games are not on NBC Sports Philadelphia, but if you want the pregame and the postgame with the Patalico and all that crew, you would not have that. And, by the way, Flyers and Sixers season is about to start, so they better get that deal done.
Yeah, that's got to figure out. And you have YouTube TV, so you definitely want that deal done. Now, if they don't get it done, you making a switch.
Yes.
Are you making a switch?
I mean, isn't there a company out there that has all these channels on one platform for you?
Yeah,
oh,
YouTube
wait.
TV.
No, Comcast
Cable.
Xfinity.
Cable.
Well, YouTube TV.
Cable. Yeah, cable.
Just
YouTube
cable.
TV has all of the
But I'm
channels.
saying all these disagreements with Paramount, NBC. What's the other one that they had a disagreement with? There's another one, but there is a platform out there. Yeah, ESPN. There's a platform out there that has all these channels listed for you in one great location.
Yeah, it's cable.
I digress. It's cable, yes. It's available everywhere. All 50 states, they have cable for you, people.
All right, you need to relax, Pete.
No.
Okay? No, you do, because there's a reason why there are many of us who don't have that package, okay? It's because it's expensive, all right? Not everyone has the money to throw around on things, okay?
Well, guess what? YouTube TV, they continue to increase their prices.
That is true.
And that's why I don't have YouTube TV or Xfinity anymore.
Well, you don't have anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't get into it with you.
I mean, that's not really.
Well, you're ranting and raving over here about, just go get Xfinity. Well, what if somebody can't afford it, Pete?
Well, the point is, he's saying if you have YouTube TV, like I do,
you can go back
you
to
might as
cable.
well have just kept cable, which he's not wrong, because I switched to YouTube TV because it offered all the channels that cable had at a discounted price. It was only $29.90 or $39.99 when I got in. Well, now it's up to $89.99, so I might as well just use cable.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's the thing
that's
is
my
fair.
thing with Hulu. I have Hulu, and it's up to that price too. They keep increasing Hulu. It's the same thing as a YouTube TV type of deal. You get all the channels and everything, but they keep increasing their prices, and you're getting back to cable again.
Yeah, exactly. Like, listen, I'll keep the NBC Universal channels. I don't need all these other ridiculous. There's like 90 channels now that YouTube TV has. 75 of them no one uses.
I wish there was just a platform where you could just pick what channels you want, and then that's it. It's all you pick certain channels. I need like 5 channels, and I'm fine. I don't need all these other channels, random movies on, etc. No. I need like 5 channels. You need many of the sports networks, and then a couple of news channels. That's all I need from like the live stuff. That's it. That's all you need. That's
I agree. Like, if there was a way that you would say, hey, listen, I want all the ESPN family of channels, the NBC Sports Philadelphia. I'll take, obviously you want 3, 6, 10,
well,
the
you can
network
do
channels.
that if you, for example, you do the ESPN All Access as $29 a month. You do the Peacock, all the NBC sports channels for $24 a month, and then whatever the Fox One is, I think it's like $20 a month. Now you're basically spending $4 less than YouTube TV.
I'm saying I want it all in one place. Just those the channels I want. Exactly. But that would be the most ideal. We're just going back to cable. Just going back to cable. That's essentially what we're going to do. Going all over the place.
Cable's going to make a comeback.
It will. And Pete will be very happy because we seemingly struck a nerve with Pete right there. Got him fired. I haven't seen Pete that fired up in a long time. You got him talking about cable. He was ready to go.
I do like the YouTube TV platform. It's good because and it knows what channels you go to, so it suggests those to you. It puts them in the order of which channels you go to the most.
And every time you popped it on, I had it for that 1 year. It would be like, you want to watch this, right? And I'm like, yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it knows what you generally watch so that, you can just go right to it. But the whole point of this is it could be going. Now, I think ultimately this happens all the time. They get into these disagreements, and then they end up saving it. But NBC doesn't really have a big event. Like ESPN had the big college football games on when they had their
NBC, they usually have the Olympics. So
but I'm talking about now.
Yeah, right, true.
Like pressing that they have to get the deal done by tomorrow.
Right.
There's not a big enough game. Now, Sunday Night Football, you might lose Sunday Night Football, but you would have a couple extra days, which means the Phillies game's on Saturday. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
I think
we'll
they'll
see.
get the deal done.
All right. I ran out of time for Nuggets. So my second nugget, my final nugget of today is the Mets are out of the postseason. How about that? That's fantastic. You love seeing the Mets fall apart once again. I'll leave it at that. The Mets out. Reds or Dodgers? No Mets this year. Out.
Unbelievable.
Now,
Reds or Dodgers?
I responded to a Phil's tailgate tweet. Fantastic job, Phil's tailgate. We all know that. He put out, like, what if he thinks that it's going to be Blue Jays Phillies in the World Series? Now, if the Phillies were to get to the World Series, which rematch would you rather see, Yankees or Blue Jays?
Oh.
I feel like it's generational. The older guys, like you guys, 93 Phils, you want to see the Blue Jays. Me, 09 Yanks, that broke my heart in 09. I would rather see the Yankees.
I think most people I think most people would like a Phillies-Yankees
All right.
matchup. Just
All
because, it's like Northeast, it's like, Philly, New York,
I would love
The
that.
Blue
I would
Jays
love
don't
to.
really have much of a tie other than that
93.
93 Phillies.
It would be fun, though, to relive that 93 World Series.
Oh, they're pretty good. They're pretty good.
Get a rematch going. All right, guys. That's the Nuggets
Yankees
today.
pitching's not great. I
No.
think
They got Boston.
All right, that's the Nuggets, yes, and you can hear that game tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage at 6 o'clock, right after the Sports Bash. We'll go to first pitch of the Red Sox and the Yankees, and then the Reds and the Dodgers. So you can listen to the entire Yankees-Red Sox series and the entire Reds-Dodgers series on 97.3 ESPN. Saturday, we have the Phillies and a TBD opponent. Every pitch of the Phillies playoff run is on 97.3 ESPN. All the best Phillies coverage is right here on the Sports Bash. John McMullen, joins me next. Johnny Mac.
Is it your understanding that AJ still wants to be here?
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously AJ is very important to this football team. I know he wants to contribute. I know he wants to contribute and, do the things that he's capable of doing, but yeah, he wants to contribute into these wins, and he's had a couple games where he hasn't been able to, and for different reasons of why we haven't but I question nothing about, his desire to play great football, his desire of being a good teammate, his desire to be here.
That was Nick Sirianni about an hour ago. A.J. Brown, a little passive-aggressive, I would say, right? John McMullen set to join us here on the Sports Bash. We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Johnny Mac's appearance is brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. John, this isn't the first time we've seen A.J. Brown voice his displeasure. He was asked a question last year, what's wrong with the offense? He said passing. This time he took to social media. Do we read more into this one than any of the other times in the past? Does this one feel different?
A little bit. Yeah, it does feel a little bit different. I think for the first time you see the frustration, maybe boiling over. And it's been, ugly. If you look at since he got here, it's always been, and really since he's had such a unique career because he came from Tennessee. So he's always been in a run-first offense in a lot of ways. I think that makes him understand it better. Derrick Henry and now Saquon Barkley. But even when the Eagles were dominant in the run game, to a lesser degree with Miles Sanders, DeAndre Swift, and even last year with Saquon having the historic season, things kind of took care of themselves to a certain degree, and you had these big passing games in the midst of the poor passing games. And, the numbers would be the numbers. He'd be over 1,000 yards, all that, even though he missed 4 games last year. Haven't seen it this year. It's just not working. And a lot of things aren't working on this offense. Saquon Barkley is not having that type of season, to say the least. They can't run the ball effectively either. The only thing in common, they never lose. So that's what it comes down to. But offensively, you look at this team and say, oof, with all the talent, it should be better. And it's just not, except for short spurts.
Right, and, it felt like we had this conversation a lot of last year. What's wrong with the offense? And this offense is a problem. And if this offense talent was anywhere else, they would be, opening it up. I know I said on your show last week, with the skill talent they have coupled with the offensive line, they should be able to score 35, 38 points a game with this group of guys.
Yeah, you were the one who put that in my mind, and I'm like, you said that on my show, and I'm like, maybe we should scale that back. Because there's only a few teams in NFL history that have been able to produce at that kind of level. And there's no evidence that this is one of them. I don't think they're capable of scoring 30-plus points again.
Probably, but do we over-perceive Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown as talents then?
No, I don't think so. But maybe we perceive the type of talent that the quarterback is, because I think he's tremendously talented, but I don't think he's a high volume thrower, and he's never going to be a high volume thrower.
Right. So
it
goes
they
back
win
to
a different way.
We had this conversation, I remember last year at the Carolina game, and we're talking about if you put this offense and you put Joe Burrow here with these guys, they're going to score 35 points a game with those guys, because the offense is going to be tailored to Joe Burrow's skill set, which is throwing. They're not going to ask him to hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley 30 times a game.
No, and that's, maybe Saquon's not even here if you have that career. Like so many things, there's a butterfly effect to everything.
Sure.
So you want to build your offense around your quarterback. That's what you should be doing. And if you have a quarterback like that, you're going to operate accordingly and probably go in a different direction from that standpoint.
So this is somewhat of a cryptic tweet by A.J. Brown. Do you have a hypothesis of who this is directed at?
Yeah, well, it's by no means do I know, but I've talked to AJ enough and over the years that, I think it's more about, the quarterback not triggering the football, not throwing the football on time, not taking chances occasionally. And I think that could be in both directions. I think it could be about the quarterback, but also the coaching staff's sort of overemphasis on ball security. So I think if you look at it, depending how you want to frame it, I think, from his perspective, I think he thinks they beat out the ability to take chances by the quarterback. And that, it's hard to argue. They've won 20 of 21 games, and their turnover ratio is 42-9, 42 to takeaways over that span, 9 giveaways. So, I mean, it works.
Right, they get an 18-point lead. They get an 18-point lead, and they're saying our defense is good enough that you're going to have to score 3 times. We're not going to help you by doing anything that might turn the ball back over to you.
Yeah, they're very conservative. They're very risk averse as an offense. And when you're a big time talented receiver, I think that gets frustrating.
So how long? They've won 20 out of 21. They haven't lost in a calendar year, pretty much. It's been, an unbelievable run for this team. And yet here's somebody 4-0 after winning the Super Bowl, posting displeasure. How long before personal stats now take over? I've already won the Super Bowl. Now I want mine. How long can they keep this? Well, we're winning and everything's cool. How long does that last?
Well, I think it's going to last a little while. I think they just went through maybe their toughest stretch undefeated. And, if you look up ahead and you see Denver and a struggling second-year quarterback, that's the type of guy Vic Fangio eats for lunch. And you look at the New York Giants twice, and not only the New York Giants twice, but with a rookie quarterback, again, guy who typically Vic eats for lunch, and now they lost their best receiver who's out for the season. You got a Minnesota team mixed in there with Carson Wentz or J.J. McCarthy. It doesn't look like there's any losses piling up anytime soon. So it's going to continue in that framework. Where the only thing I think that has changed for the first time, there was that weird Boston obsession because they wanted to manifest it in the reality that the Eagles maybe would trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots because of his relationship with Mike Vrabel, which remained good. Mike Vrabel didn't want to trade him. That was John Robinson and the ownership who didn't want to pay the money it would have cost to keep him. So he always had a good relationship with Mike Vrabel. So they always put that 2 and 2 together. And it was always nonsense and there was nothing to it. But for the first time, if you ask me in the off season if AJ is going to be back next year, I don't know now. I don't know.
Well, is it because
I don't think their framework is changing how they run things. So I don't think he's going to be happy.
Right. In other words, they're saying what we do is working, and we think it could work with or without you.
Well, I don't know if that. No, I wouldn't go that far because I think they know there aren't a lot of receivers who are that good and that talented who accept the role and do dirty work and do all the stuff he does. So I don't think you can just roll out Johnny Wilson when he gets healthy and say, okay, go block, and you're going to have the same impact as A.J. Brown.
Well, this is a very unique team, John, in that they have 2 star wide receivers, both making decent amount of money, and they're not contributing at the level of their dollar amount, I guess, right?
Well, and that's part of it. And that's, I always talk about coaching and, people obsessing over scheme and plays. And that is such a minute part of the job. This is the difficult part of the job, especially when you got a bunch of good players. And you could see it, and everybody uses that framework of it's a nice problem to have. And when you have all these playmakers, and how do you get them all in the football? How do you keep them all happy? And it is a nice problem to have, but the word problem is still in that. It's a problem times, and yet you have to keep everybody on the same page, and it ain't easy. So while everybody's focused on, they got to be more creative. They got to be like Ben Johnson and run a double option, or no, they got to keep everybody on the same page. That's far more important part than.
We had a text chain last night. My buddies suggesting that the team needs to be more entertaining, or they're going to lose the fan base. I said they could go 0-17 and take a knee on every play, and they will sell that building out.
Yeah, they ain't losing that fan base.
No,
They
so if this offense isn't more entertaining, the prices of the tickets are so expensive that people. I said, no, they could literally push their way up and down the field and go 0-17, and they are selling. I didn't realize this. They have sold that building out. The last time they didn't have a sellout?
I haven't looked it up in a while, but it's been a while. I know that.
1999 is the last time they did not have a sellout. They have sold out that place over 4.
And don't get me wrong. And now where I will disagree with you is if they go 0-17, they will not sell out. But as long as they keep winning, they can win in the most unsatisfactory way possible, and these fans are never leaving.
Yeah. Well,
ever.
I would think it would probably
obviously
take
if you go
multiple.
0-17.
It would take multiple seasons of 0-17. Like, I think people would show up to boo you.
Yeah, maybe one, but not. If you lose that to that degree.
Yeah, but
if you lose to that degree.
But so this,
which is not going to happen because they're too good of an organization.
Exactly, and they are not worried about entertaining people. They are saying we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and try to figure out how to beat us. Right? I mean, people.
No, I don't know if anybody knows. Like, the NFL's not college football. Like, there's no polls. Well, there's polls every week, but they're meaningless.
Yeah.
Like ESPN's Power Poll or Bob'sFootball.com's Power Poll. There's a million of them, but they're all meaningless.
Right.
They don't mean anything. Like, if you're in college and you have 2 losses, you got to impress the committee that you belong in a college football playoff. You don't have to do that in the NFL. All you got to do is win in advance by hook or by crook.
Right. And you don't get any extra anything for having higher ratings.
No, nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
So
nothing style points, nothing poll related, no committees, nothing. Other than maybe fans want ESPN or First Take or whatever to talk about them better, or who cares?
Right. Well, exactly. But
at the end
part of this is like, so, are you deterring talent to want to play here if this is your style?
Well, that's an interesting question. I don't think so for the most part. Maybe to certain receivers, maybe they don't want to be involved, but everybody else wants to be involved for the most part. They want to be involved with a good organization that wins, but it might impact you. But everything is dependent, and this is what Nick Sirianni. Believe me, Nick Sirianni would rather run 11 personnel like he did in Indianapolis and throw the football. That's what he grew up doing as a coach. That's what he wants to do. But he's a good coach, and he builds around what he has. And that's how he sold Jeffrey Lurie when he went through what he went through in Indianapolis, because he had to build 3 different offenses over 3 different years due to circumstance. Andrew Luck, which was easy because he was great. Jacoby Brissett, which was not easy, completely different. And then you go from Jacoby Brissett to Phillip Rivers, again, pretty easy, but different. Had to be different. They're different styles of players, to say the least. So that's how he kind of sold Jeffrey Lurie. And if you go back to 2021, they started off 2-5. They put a lot on Jalen Hurts' plate. It wasn't working. and they scaled it back, and ever since they've never stopped winning for the most part.
It's very disciplined of Sirianni to not say, you know what? I think we're ready to take the training wheels off a little bit more. And he has steadfast to that. Now, I guess he's won a Super Bowl. He's been to a Super Bowl, and he won 10 out of 11 games out of the jump there 2 years ago. I don't see any reason why he would have to take the training wheels off if that was your resume.
And I think that part has evolved. Like that part has evolved a little bit. He's got more autonomy that he had in 2021. So that keeps growing. And that can continue to grow as he gets more experience and is capable of handling more at the line of scrimmage. That'll continue to grow and that'll get better. But for the most part, it's not what it's never going to be. Never is a high volume passing offense. It's just not.
John McMullen, Birds 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m., Sports Illustrated. Jalen Hurts was 15 of 16 for 130 yards, 2 passing touchdowns in the first half. They were both like underhand passes, but nonetheless, pay dirt. 0 of 8, no passing yards, no touchdowns in the second half. Did you see something? Did they change something? What happened to him in the second? And some of those throws weren't close.
No, well, he did get banged up, and who knows if that affected him. And who knows, I always joke about people think this concussion protocol is like black and white. I mean, it's science in its infancy. Just because they said he cleared or they checked him out, and they didn't even say he was in the protocol or getting checked, but he did go in the blue tent for a little bit, so obviously they were checking him out. And he did enough to be back, but he certainly didn't look like the same player. So that might be the simplest answer right there. If not, if he was healthy, it's probably more problematic, to be honest, because what went haywire. And the one thing where if you do want to criticize the coaches, and I do think most fans don't want to criticize the players, they want to criticize the coaches. I think you should factor in. When and I asked Nick this an hour ago, when you're going 3 and out, at what point do you say, all right, let me throw a swing pass. Let me get this going. Let me get the quarterback back on track. Throw a tunnel screen, which I hate, bubble screen, but do something to get an easy completion. And they don't, I don't think they do that enough when things are going poorly. Sometimes you just, you're on the court and you're struggling with your shot, go get a layup. Just go get to the basket. Give them a layup occasionally.
What do you
and I don't think they do that enough.
What are you seeing in the run game that they're having issues there? Is this teams are defending you differently? Is the offensive line having problems here? I mean, this is something that came so easy to you last year. I mean, it feels like every time late in that game when they got that interception last year, we all looked at each other watching the game at my house and said, last year they run the clock out here. The game's over. But they went 3 and out. They had to punt the ball away, and they give Tampa a chance at least. Now the defense steps up and does their job. But why are they not doing something that came so easy to them last year?
Well, I think it's a bunch of things. I think the offensive line, played at a historic level last year. I think it was one of the best offensive lines ever, literally. So they're not playing up to that level. I think Saquon is not playing up to the level he played last season. I think he's going for the home run a little bit too much instead of letting it come to him. Some of the same criticisms we had of Miles Sanders back in the day, always trying to bounce it out, always trying to say, if it's blocked for 5 yards, get 5 yards. If it's blocked for 4 yards, get 4 yards, and ultimately it'll come. I think he's got to let it come to him, and he's expressed that himself, by the way. So I think that's part of it. They faced a ton. I think people don't realize they faced a ton of heavy boxes last year, and they didn't have problems running the football. So I'm not necessarily sure that's part of the problem, but I do think teams are blitzing at an abnormal rate over the first 4 games. Now that stopped in the second half, but they couldn't do anything in the second half offensively. But when they have been blitzing these crazy, you think about that in the pass game and say, well, they're blitzing to stop the pass game. And for the most part, that's true. But they're also creating penetration, which impacts the running game. So on your way to stopping the pass game, you're creating all this havoc in the backfield. And there's been so many times he's been hit behind the line of scrimmage. I think that's a big part of what's going on. People have figured out that, and the ironic part is, have they stopped the offense a little bit better? Yes, they have, but the Eagles keep winning. So they've kind of figured out a way to better handle this offense. But what they haven't figured out is how to handle Jalen Hurts in the run game and him extending plays and him getting first down. He's been so effective at that this year. He's broken the back of opposing defenses in pretty much every game at big stages.
All right, John, obviously the run game not the same. We hear the pass game. So is this offense going to be a problem, or is it just similar to last year where we're talking about it, but in the end, too much talent?
Well, in the end, they're going to out-talent teams. As I said, this is one of the hardest parts of their schedule, and they just went 4-0. So, I mean, it lightens up from here, at least till you get to post-bye week when you might have the toughest two-game stretch. And I think Green Bay and Detroit will probably tell you what you need to know about this team, those two games. But, they're going to win a lot of games, and they're going to win a lot of games because they're going to out-talent people. And sometimes offensively, it's going to look ugly. But what hasn't happened and what happened last year is you had the games where it looked good. And until that happens, had a couple halves that look good. But until that happens, people are going to be on high alert.
Defense is pretty good. How did they what did they do to compensate for Nolan Smith, and is it sustainable?
Well, now Obo's out as well. He's out for the season. So now they have multiple injuries. Another tricep. So he's going to be most likely out for the year. So now you're down to Darius Smith, Jalix Hunt, and you start thinking about how many, and Josh Uche, who's playing well, by the way. So you give Josh a little bit of a hat tip, but you kind of look at it, and Jalix, because of his age, was the one who got most of the work in Tampa Bay. So Darius, they hit that point. They want to keep him at about 35, 36. I think he was right there, and he played well. Jalix did not play well. Josh played well, about 30 snaps. I think that is most you can get from him. And Obo, if he didn't get hurt, probably would have had about 20. So that's your rotation. That's the way you're looking at. So now it's Azeez Ojulari, but I would be, obviously he's been inactive for 4 games. It's pretty clear Vic didn't want to use him, and now he might have to use him. But this, to me, November 4th is the trade deadline. Keep an eye on Miami tonight, number one. If they keep losing, maybe a Jalen Phillips, maybe somebody like that, they're going to go outside the organization because they need some help.
What's it called? Ringo on the outside corner there. What did they do there? Did they use Cooper on the outside more yesterday?
Well, no, I mean, he played outside in the base, which he normally does, but it was similar. The difference was at safety. Typically, Sidney Brown would play at safety in base, and they pulled the trigger on Drew Makuba. So he played he played the entire game in base and nickel. But
Makuba was all over the place. It's just the one play that stands out that obviously, what happened on that play?
Yeah, we're going to talk to Vic tomorrow. I'm sure, Vic has a tough time lying, so he'll tell the truth. I don't know. He was either peeling off the underneath route and just didn't track the football correctly, or, the worst case scenario is he just got lost and turned around, and it was an ugly play. But you're going to have that with young players, and that's okay as long as you learn from it. But you saw on the broadcast, Vic was not happy with that or the 72-yard touchdown.
Well, you can't have Campbell,
I can't,
right? You can't have
Yeah, you
Campbell
can't
locked
have
up on
him,
a running back like that.
for 8 seconds or whatever it was. So yeah, I blame that more on the pass rush. You can't have him running with Bucky Irving and expect anything less. But
In the end, John, right? You know, when we talk about this, the two plays that stand out is Bucky Irving's fumble and then the interception in the red zone, and the Eagles just don't make those two mistakes. And they capitalized on the fumble, and there's the difference in your game.
yeah, I mentioned that number coming into the game. It was 40-9. Coming out, it's 42-9. So yeah, the 2 turnovers, and that's right. That's the difference in the game. Exactly. That's the exact difference in the game. And you know, it's amazing. It's an amazing run from a ball security standpoint. And hey, they placed a lot of emphasis on that. I said it on my show this morning. You know. Because I asked Nick about that in the summer. I asked about, you know, ball security, and I you know, everybody pays lip service to ball security. If you listen to any NFL coach press conference, you'll hear you got to win the turnover battle. But I've gone to a lot of practices in my time, non-Nick Sirianni practices, and they have more strip circuits where they're stripping the football. They have more ball security circuits than any team I've ever seen. So they do practice it more than any other coach I've seen. So maybe there's more to it than just luck. 42-9 is a big number to say it's just luck.
All right, Johnny Mac. Well, we'll keep our eye on obviously tomorrow when the coordinators talk and in the next practice. I guess AJ will talk at some point. I would imagine he'll have that smile on his face and just kind of blow it all off as if nothing happened. Do you think that's how this kind of goes?
Yeah, it's going to be because he's going to get the questions and how he handled it. And, you know, he's very media savvy.
Yep.
And generally, you know, there's 2 AJs. There's when the cameras are around and when the cameras are not around. And off the record, AJ is a lot more informational, shall I say.
Yeah. Well, there has been some reporting that it was the tweet is directed at a front office member or somebody in the organization, not a player. Does that jive to you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see it. I saw Geoff put out something. I don't know because I wasn't in Tampa. So for this instance, I didn't talk to him, but I have talked to him a lot in the past, and he's expressed frustrations that you can interpret a lot of different ways, player, coach. But, you know, I executive, how does that make sense?
Right.
You know, what about that makes sense? What executive, let's pretend it's Howie Roseman, just for argument's sake. I'm not saying it is. What is Howie Roseman doing to limit the offense?
Well, it says someone internally, so I'm making the assumption that it's an executive. It says someone internally. I don't know what else that would mean.
Yeah, I would say there's 0% it's an executive. And then you got to boil it down between player or coach or coaches.
Gotcha. All right. Well, Nick said, did you think Nick sounded prepared today?
Yeah, Nick was late today. He was probably preparing for it.
Well,
so he was about 45 minutes
He was
late.
45 minutes late. Did his answer sound like a guy who spent 45 minutes going over all this?
I'm sure he wasn't spending 45 minutes just talking about A.J. Brown, but I'm sure he was prepared that the questions were coming.
I would agree.
And the tweet and all that. So, and, you know, he handled it like Nick Sirianni. Whether you like it or not, and I don't think anybody likes it, but he's very consistent. He's going to keep conversations private, so he's never going to admit stuff like that. But
yeah,
look, I mean, that's what he does well, is keep everybody on the same page. So this is where he, you know, for all the people that say he's not this, he's not that when it comes to game planning or play calls, and he doesn't call plays, this is far more important
All right.
Keeping your best players, especially when you have superstars all over the place, you got to keep everybody happy and everybody on the same page.
John McMullen, everybody, at JF McMullen. They'll talk more about it tomorrow on Birds 365. And, of course, we'll keep our eyes peeled on everything that happens. Eagles 4-0. They beat the Bucks yesterday down in hot, steamy Tampa. Johnny Mac, always a pleasure, buddy.
All right, thanks, Mike.
He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. Yeah, a report from Jeff McClain suggests that the biblical tweet was pointed at someone or someone's internally with the Eagles. Got a guess?
I would say that goes to Patullo.
Someone or someone's?
I would say Patullo.
Could it be Hurts and Sirianni? Are they two buddy-buddy now? Like before Hurts and AJ were buddy-buddy, and then the questions were whether Hurts and Sirianni could get on the same page. Did they get too far on the same page and they left AJ out?
You know, it's funny you say that because they do quote each other all the time in these press conferences. They sound the same.
Just everybody get on the same page. You're 4-0. You just won 3 really good games. Let's go. We're going to go around the NFL. Coming up next, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.
A lot of people are talking about this A.J. Brown tweet about the drama between he and Jalen Hurts. Didn't we see this last year? We know that there's been issues with them before, and guess what? It didn't matter. They went out and they won the Super Bowl. I just think that sometimes with the Eagles, some of the stuff that is surrounding the personality of the team feels overblown.
And that's Michelle Smallman this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by White Horse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at White Horse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. She said this is all being overblown. Is Michelle Smallman right? I think she is. I think she is right, because we heard about this all last year. We heard about the fact that their offense wasn't this. Their offense couldn't do that, and they can't win like this. And then they just said, everybody, shut up. You all sound like a bunch of idiots. And then they won the Super Bowl.
I liked what McMullen had to say about style points. This is not college football. You don't need to impress an AP poll or a committee. Just stockpile wins.
Right. I mean, nobody sits down in the game plan and says, okay, how can we be entertaining this week?
I think it also goes back to the comment that Derek Brooks said on Fridays on Sportsmanlike, where he said, who cares if you score 50 points if you don't win the game? And look at what happened last night. Mike, you mentioned earlier, 40-40 game last night. All the entertainment you want, nobody won.
Adam Schefter said this morning on Unsportsmanlike, I think maybe on Get Up. He said, Dallas is very entertaining. You know what they're not? They're not very good, because they can score a lot, but they can't stop anybody.
Nope.
So their games are a lot of fun to watch. Last night's game was a great game.
I mean, the one thing you can say is this team is so talented that you expect points to be scored. I mean, you expect a completion in the second half.
I agree with that. The offense, and look, we talked about this last year, and I feel like we're having the same conversations again, is if you had this skill set of guys with this offensive line and you put them with Matthew Stafford, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott. I'm going to throw Dak Prescott in there because look what he does. They throw the ball all over the yard. They throw the ball all over the yard. And he didn't even have C.D. Lamb last night, and he's putting up 40.
Yeah.
You put pretty much any quarterback that is one of the top 10. We always complain that, how is Hurts not one of the top 10 guys? The Eagles tell us that he's not in terms of skill set. What he is an elite winner. He's an elite intangible. He is like what Tim Tebow was when he was at Florida. Tim Tebow was not ever a great passer of the football, but he was just he just had an innate ability to just do whatever it took to win. He didn't win because he was the best passer. He didn't win because he was the best thrower of the football, the most accurate. He just would not allow his team to lose. It was a whatever it took mentality. It's almost like Jalen Hurts is the NFL version of what Tim Tebow did when he was at Florida.
Speaking of Florida, the Eagles' general manager, Howie Roseman, who's from Florida. I think that's the final point I wanted to make, Mike, which is this organization under Howie Roseman is going out of their way to purge themselves of problems, right? This is an organization that Josh Huff got arrested once in 2016, never allowed back in the building. Remember that? Also, they had C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They got rid of him before he became a problem, not once, but twice. This is an organization that has gotten rid of numerous guys over the years who have been quote-unquote problems before they became a larger problem. Hassan Reddick, remember that whole situation? So is it possible that the part of the reason why Michelle Smallman is right has to do with the man at the top of the rung, which is if A.J. Brown was really a problem, Howie Roseman would have done something about it.
Yeah, I don't think they think A.J. Brown's a problem. I think they think A.J. Brown's a wide receiver. You know what I mean? Hey, every once in a while when he doesn't get the catches or thinks that he said it, Sirianni today, he wants to contribute to our wins, and he feels like he's not contributing to the win, and he's frustrated. And I think the Eagles are okay with him being frustrated with that. He's not a bad person. He's not getting in trouble off the field. He's not getting arrested. He's not doing stupid stuff off the field.
He's not arguing with coaches behind the scenes.
He's just unhappy.
And he just wants to.
Is he frustrated or is he unhappy? Because if he's unhappy, that's a different.
Well,
the
one thing I will say is, what did AJ say last year after they won the Super Bowl?
That he wasn't as fulfilling as he thought it would.
It wasn't as fulfilling as he thought it would be.
Right.
So if the goal is to win, but the winning didn't fulfill you at the level you thought it would fulfill you, at what point is winning no longer acceptable if you're not a part of the win.
And that's what I was going to say, Pete. That's a great word you used, happy, because maybe A.J. Brown's bigger problem is, I hate to put it this way, he just needs to go see a therapist. Like, he needs to go find his inner happiness or something. You know, maybe reading the book that he didn't inner excellence. Maybe he needs to read about something like inner happiness.
Now, that you both read that book, right?
I did.
I didn't read the whole thing. I mean, I skimmed it here and there.
Pete should
I
like
don't
a
think I
book
could
report in
pass
high
it.
school.
So, Josh,
I
you
don't think I
read
could pass an exam.
You read the book.
Yes.
What is the message?
Well, the message of the book is
Like, if you read that book,
yeah,
and you got the message from the book, and then he's unhappy with the team winning, did the book do its job?
I don't think that he fully absorbed the teachings of the book, is what I would say.
So you think it was more for show?
No, I think A.J. Brown is an individual, and again, I'm going from objective to subjective. My opinion is that I think A.J. Brown is an individual who is trying to find what makes him happy, and I think he's learning through the process of, because he's what, like 26, 27 years old? He's still technically a young man, right? So I think he's learning that, you know, the things that he thought was going to make him happy, winning, money, success, that those things really are not the key to his happiness. And I think that he is kind of in search of happiness, and that the book teaches you that being happy is a choice, basically. The book tells you that basically you got to realize, you got to let your ego go, and you got to realize that being happy has nothing to do with the things you think it does.
I go back to the time that after the Super Bowl, him not being fulfilled by winning the Super Bowl, and that has to worry.
He likes to dominate. Like, would he be happier on the Patriots on a 7-win football team with Drake May as his quarterback?
Well, he was on the Titans before, where he was on a team where that wasn't very good. He wasn't happy there either. So that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe it's not even nothing to do with what, even that. Maybe it's just something deeper than that.
Yeah, I mean, for him to say that, you know, hey, it's not what I really thought it would be. Like, we won the Super Bowl, and I thought I'd be like. So if that's the case, why would you?
That was kind of a teaser to what we're experiencing
Why
now,
would
right?
you be willing to sacrifice for the greater good of the team if that didn't make you feel good? Right?
Fair question.
Like, if you said, I won the Super Bowl last year, but I didn't fulfill me, why would I sacrifice my numbers to go for the team goal again if I didn't feel fulfilled by the team goal?
To which my follow-up question would be, if that didn't fulfill you, why do you think that anything you do on the field is going to fulfill you?
Well, listen, all of these things, like anything that has to do with legacy or numbers or anything that, like, ultimately, if you are playing for your own individual over the team, there's a conflict of interest of why you're doing this, right? If you're only in it for you in a team sport, you're saying that you're bigger than the team.
Right.
Isn't it also a good thing, though, that he has that desire to dominate because he's so talented and he knows it, and that's how competitive he is?
But even in Tennessee, he was in an offense that was not conducive to his talents.
Right, that was a Derrick Henry offense.
Yeah.
Although Ryan Tannehill did throw 4,000 yards one year.
All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show.
Cam Ward couldn't score a point yesterday.
Cam Ward is mad. Did you see that press conference?
Oh, yeah,
yes,
I did see that.
All right, we'll finish up with some final thoughts on week number 4 in the NFL. Don't forget, One Thought Every Game tomorrow with Casey Joyner right here on the Sports Pass, live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. Fanatic Sportsbook, great guests as always on a Monday. You know, this is the 4th straight show we've been out on location. Tomorrow I'm back in the studio.
Let me tell you something. I feel like every Monday we're here, we're talking about an Eagles win because it's a fact. They've lost one time since we've been here last September.
Yep, they've lost. And by the way, in that game was the game that Hurts got knocked out.
Correct.
Didn't play.
Yeah.
Concussion. I think he had a concussion yesterday. That's what I think ended up happening to him in the second half. Fun show today. A lot of texts. Thanks to everybody who chimed in. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll do one thought every game. Casey Joyner, real quick. Packers and Cowboys tied last night.
Yep.
Now, I said on Friday's show you had to be rooting for the Cowboys in that game. But now they both tied.
Yeah, so no one won the Micah Parsons trade, right?
One's 1-2-1. Well, you can make an argument that if Parsons was playing for the Cowboys last night, that they would have won the game.
You say that, but they could have tied as well.
1-2-1 for Dallas, 2-1-1 for the Packers. What else was surprising? Oh, how about
Giants get their first win?
Giants, yes. I can't believe that. You know, Jackson Dart, I was very critical of them making the decision. He ends up getting them the win, so kudos to him. Maybe I'm wrong about Jackson Dart. Unfortunately, Neighbors got hurt for them, and that's going to be a problem. But they beat the Chargers, so the Chargers lose yesterday. How about
2 picks for Herbert? Talk about interceptions. There you go.
Atlanta gets shut out last week, and then they win this week.
Yep. San Fran took a loss. Indy took a loss.
Washington, too, right?
Washington took a loss to Atlanta, yeah.
Yeah, they lost to Atlanta, right. So it was a
Lamar Jackson is hurt.
Weird. Yes, the Ravens are now 1-3.
The Bears win on a block field goal, so there you go again with special teams.
Panthers win 30-0 last week. They lose 42-13 this week. The other game that was interesting, that Rams-Colts game was a good game yesterday. Yes. Jaguars, they're 3-1 now. They beat the 49ers.
Jaguars-Chiefs next Monday night.
Now you're into that game.
I'm going to have to be now with this Jacksonville team. Darn it.
All right, tomorrow we're back in the studio. Coming up next, it is the Best of the Sports Bash Hour. We'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody. Have a great rest of your Monday.